And then I'm going to blast a text. Yeah, he can hear us. Oh, that's a good question. That's what I just found out on my phone is you got to set all kinds of stuff to play in the background, and you got to go into each individual app and allow it access to background information. Uh, is that a big number? You know what? And for those that are listening now, please forgive me a little bit. I'm actually looking for the URL for my stream. What? Can I put that in there right now? I'm going to try and fart with Butters today. Yeah. Sorry for those that just heard that one on the thing. I forgot I got to turn away from that mic too. Oh, waiting for gun music. Wait a minute. Oh, we're not live yet. We should be live. Stream health. My stream health is poor as can be. We got 4 users on here, so it's working somehow. Submit questions via this text. Okay. And then I'm going to put the URL in. I am going to send this message. I see we got. You should be getting it on your phone. The yes, I knew I was live, guys. We have new information, and we're having a little fun today. Basically, we're going to play around with some of the new tech. The how many of you that are in the chat right now just got the text that I sent out? I have on Rogers Raiders. Hold on, I'm gonna switch. I gotta. This is the pro. I've got to build me a better interface with APIs and all kinds of crazy crap. I'll better close that window before anybody sees it. Close that window. What was I doing? I completely forgot what the hell I was doing. Close that one. Okay, so I sent out to, oh, I know what I was doing. All I had to do was start speaking again to get my brain jump started. We had a little bit of a social isolation drink fest last night. Can you guys, Koji, can you guys hear Koji? I don't think they can. I don't think they can hear you right now. So there's, can you guys hear? Yeah. Lawrence Johns, how you doing? I've got a bunch of questions from you guys. All right, Brian. Glad to hear it, man. You guys were getting your phone numbers entered into the mailing list that I didn't even have posted on the website yet. I don't even know where you found it. I have no clue how 30 people had their phone numbers entered into the mail list, before, and they can't hear you is because I didn't turn on the sound for the other stuff. Now they, I'm betting.
Okay. Stream's lagging out for me. It's
It's
again too many people.
no, that's not you. That's complete web weirdness. I'm watching it lag. I'm watching like 4 points right now, and they're lagging all over the country. Something's going on all over the place. Yeah, it's chopping in and out. That's Google that's causing that interference a little bit. But as I was saying, the direct text, you don't have to be a member, and I think it should tell you if they don't. I'll make sure I put it up there somewhere else. If you don't want to be texted by us, what we're about to do or what's going on, what hack we found, what little trick we found in some event. If you don't want to know those things, bugger off, all one word. You type that in there. But I warn you, you type that word in there, and you will never be texted ever again. I take that so seriously that to keep people from saying that I'm spamming them or something like that, that you will go on a permanent block list, and I'm not digging through it to find you because you changed your mind later. I'm not putting that kind of man hours into it. The balance to that is I'm not going to abuse the texting. It costs me, so I'm not going to do it. So I do want to jump over to see if somebody's texted us. I'm not sure how that's working just yet.
Trying to email myself those videos of the Wonder Theft so I can upload them.
Email the videos of the
videos TK took of Jack and during UA.
They're going to be too big for an email.
7 megabytes and 13 megabytes are not too bad.
Okay. Other thing I'm going to do, guys, is I've got a lot of castles that I ran out of speed ups. So I think I got enough RSS to actually finish 40. I don't know. The Academy's probably going to chew a bunch up. We'll find out. Woo, Marshall.
I think I'll be able to go to 38 in the next event if I can find some silver and whatnot on post for badges.
I'll make sure you get the silver. I'll have it here. Later today, I'm going to have all my stuff set up. All my stuff's out of date because I took that little hiatus. Yeah, I needed a break from the wannabe drama queens.
This is going to be a choppy stream.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So, looking at these stats, you know what? Nothing I can complain about. Let me get into, because I've never gotten, I'm not even to the point of getting my extra damage yet. But I think at what? I don't know. What is my creation level now? I think I get. I I think at 60, you get all the extra, well, like 50, 54, you get all the bonus stats to your castle, except for the damage. And you've got to get to 60 to get the max damage out of the thing for your castle. After that, you're just playing PvP, which that's not very good PvP anyway. That's why we don't let doctors run the country. All right. I'm looking through here. We got to go to work again. Man, yeah. Marshall, you know, it allows you to use some free apps like TubeBuddy. There's a free version of that, which will let you optimize your videos a little bit. I've got the legendary version of TubeBuddy to optimize the stuff. That allows me to go out there. I can actually look at somebody else's video and see what keywords they stuck in the background to try traffic in, and then make sure that I'm placing myself next to them. With the legendary app. Not something everybody needs, but the free one, optimize the keywords for what you think it's going to be, what people should be searching for, which is generally enough. Most of the traffic that comes from browse has to do with the length of time people will watch your videos. Man, at C36, it's you've got to add layers and layers and layers and layers. You got to be able to take his hits. When you're going up against somebody else, remember they've got the levels on you, which means they probably got the stats as well. The research I started, that's 11 days long, so that I can start doing my academy. So I'll start doing my academy. After reset tonight, I'll. You guys look down in the comments there. If you're not a member of the texting club there, you can text that number, #ButterNation. Now, not to there, kid. Although I got your number in there. You're on that list now. I wonder if it did a partial, if it knew that you did that. But yeah, kid, I did see where you joined it. Butter Nation. Well, we got a bunch of Butter Nations in there, boss.
User in your channel timed out.
They're going to cost you to rebuild. So some people will go to the flip side, and they'll build all their top 3 tiers of what they send out on attack marches. So if they get hit when they're not on, they what fills their sanctuary and their hospitals are troops that can just click a couple buttons and unpack some food and hit some speed ups, and they got marches to go attack again.
Absolutely, it's definitely better for UAC to have those layers because you can cheap gold heal really quick with them.
Right. There's where, but where you're losing troops for real, you could really lose your top end stuff. But like Koji just said, in the bottom layers for like UAC, yeah, it costs you 2,000-3,000 gold to get all your stuff back and have your layers built back up again. So it's a great any no loss event. It's a great defense.
I finally got those videos TK sent of us jacking the Wonders up.
Yeah. Everybody's having a problem with playbacks. I'm watching the stream jump from like 20 to 40 to 20 to 40. But I've been C35 forever, and in UACs, I've forced C40s to have to rally. But I had layers and layers and layers of troops. But now the troop count's getting kind of insane. The longer the game goes on, the more insane the troop counts get.
Oh, absolutely. It was considered troops to have 1 million troops just a year and a half.
yeah, so I'm what I had. God, I only had like 180K troops the other day. Now I got 2.2 million. Yeah, it takes a lot of patience to build T2s though. The new interface is such a pain in the butt. Yeah.
Easiest way to build T always been after you get your KVK 300% boost to just use gold.
Yeah. Man, somebody from whoever from K501 that just broadcast, thank you. Uh, they did it in Russian. Yeah. That's fun, yeah. Skull. Okay. So here's me hitting Macho Man Randy Savage last. So they tell you your war books, and you can hit this little I button. You know what I better do? I better make sure. Yeah, okay, I am showing everybody this.
Are you drinking beer?
No, that's root beer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was like, I can't do another night like this.
Yeah, that's that nice Shiner Bock root beer. Okay. Have one more, Koji.
That was the theme last night.
That was
has
the
played
theme
into
last
my
night.
headache today.
Let's have one more. All right, so can't get them to calm down, shut up, and stop burning castles one at a time. It's your fault for not grouping up and burning him to the ground and keeping him there. He cannot click the build button fast enough. If the kingdom just gets tired of his crap, you got to police your own communities. It's morals don't go away just because you're in a. Morals are what you bring to the screen, and you got to remember that because of anonymous names, worst possible person a person can be gets displayed through this glass. It's rarely the best possible version of themselves. I don't even know that it's how they are in reality. I think they would never, I don't know about everybody else, but the things that get said to me through text and through the game.
Things don't come across in text the same way they do in a conversation. That's why phone conversations are so good.
Not only, and I'm the worst person for punctuation and spelling. I went to 9 schools before the 3rd grade. I took every math course that a school had to offer at those early ages, like 19,000 times, and then the grammar portions of the early schools. And not every school teaches the same version of English. Even in the United States, there are 4 different versions of English, if you don't know, and not a single high school in the country teaches you the version of English that they teach in college. So my grammar, punctuations, and uses like that they're terrible, and it's just become a way of life over the years. It's spelling gets worse as you get older anyway. Wow, the number of people who started from the beginning is insane this time, guys. Thank you so much. All right, I'm going to reiterate this again, guys. In the description there is a phone number. You can send a message, a text to that +1. You need to put the +1 in there because the deal I got at the phone company there, we spent like a week and a half building this thing up. Finally, but it's because I got to deal with other countries, so I'm a pain in the ass in the game. I'm a bigger pain in the ass with our senators. Yeah, Ash, the web's just terrible.
It's the unfortunate thing about everyone being home using their Wi-Fi
Yeah.
and all their friggin' stuff.
One of hashtag Butter Nation Travel King. The So I don't know what conversation. I wish Creep was on here. I'd like to know what conversation that went on with PWC. That's one of those persons I haven't been on for 5 months. The guy never could take a joke. He just couldn't understand that he was. The common joke in the kingdom was I would say something and like 10 minutes later he'd go and put it out in public, repeating what I said. And so he never understood why we kept calling him Echo. He was like,
I think at this point, I was passed out drunk by the time last night, but you've spoken in the kingdom or anything in the last 5 months, once or twice. I don't know why people keep bringing it, like it's whatever. At this point, I'm by it. We have we have an alliance. We're all like, leave all the drama at the door. Let's just have fun, and that's all we're doing.
Yep. And I think Creep probably feels a little. I wish he was on here because I bet he feels a little disappointed because the first thing he started is like, I got PW in here, and he's come around, and then having not said anything to anybody, PW didn't come around. He stormed off and quit just because I existed. I've never zeroed the guy. I've never hit the guy. It's always been hard for the people in the kingdom to understand that the goals are 40 kingdoms. I got a chat room full of people here who are not in Kingdom 362. They're trying to learn how to build an alliance. Whoever it was that just broadcasted from Kingdom 502. Wow, I can't even believe you have freaking broadcast capability in 502 already. Which means that Kingdom's 2 months old, right? They probably just did their first KVK.
Yeah.
I have a lot of Russians that follow me, but my second largest nation that follows me is in the Netherlands. The Netherlands, U.S. is number one with about 40% of the traffic. The Netherlands. Now Australians they're not a large percentage number. But my God, when I broadcast at midnight, the Australians are like the most fun. They're a blast to do live chats with in the middle of the night. I usually catch them when I get home from drinking somewhere else. Guys, if you haven't tried them yet, these new they had these. This is not the juice. The juice has got sugar in it. This is the Monster Ultras with zero sugar, and it's the mango like the juice. I know I didn't put that in anything yet, but I am trying really hard not to make the stupidly long videos again, but I still need to put videos should be long as it takes to get the information across. Unfortunately, I get the guys that go out there and publicly berate. It's like, oh, I watched it for 15 minutes to get what I wanted. That's because he wanted some little nugget of information. He didn't want to learn why. He wanted to learn what. And I'm a person who teaches why. I am a big believer that you need to think for yourself, because at some point, me teaching you, you're going to find something that I missed and teach it back to me. And that's important to me. And it's to pay for it, because it's got to be paid for. It's not free for me. It's not free for you. But if you wanted to put your 100 members, is Roma. Is that the lawyer from Texas? Which one's Roma? Man, let me see if I can lower the quality and get a better steadiness. Settings. Stream. All right, I'm going to lower it down to 900K per second. I don't know if I'll do that instantly. Oh, I'm going to lower the audio rate too. Okay, so the audio is going to get a little crappy. apply. Okay. And we'll see what happens here. So there's things I got to do with you know what? There's things I got to do with the texting stuff. One, we want you guys to be able to text the questions in, and I really want to respond to the people sponsoring as much as we can, because those people are. There's an expectation when you sponsor that I'm more responsive, and Google is disrupting that responsiveness. Like I said, nothing pissed me off more than to see a freaking a comment that was 6 months old pop up in my notifications, and I'm like, it's not even relevant to the game anymore. And when we talk about events, they launch events, and something may happen within the first 8 hours, and then they do hot patches. So we want to be able to respond to you things that are be able to take advantage of. Kingdom 392
I'm
Canadian back. Coin collector. There you go. See the large number of playback numbers? That's not realistic for this early of a video. That's people having to hit the refresh on their computer a bunch or their phone or their device. So all these dips is everybody having connection or having to hit refresh all the time. That number would be so impressive if people were really starting over from the beginning, but it's not realistic because Google isn't sending out that kind of notification. So all I'm looking at right now is this 22 number, 23 number, and it keeps bouncing, and there for like 20 minutes it went to zero. Like everybody crashed. But at the same time, the reason I don't stop is because what I'm sending up to is getting buffered. It will get in the recording. And you see, like I get all these warnings. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. And I just turned it down to half. So that's kind of a bogus error because I'm actually using other things to monitor how much data I'm sending, and they're getting it all. So they're trying to blame me for whatever problem they're having. If I was sending you no but choppy video, then it would be that way. But I know that some people are getting smooth video. .30 CS and 392. I played with my dad. Loved you came over there. Oh, I'm not going to any random kingdoms, that's for sure. It is too damn expensive to start over. It really is. It's just
and that again.
And from a business standpoint, you guys, what I spent making videos last year, I could be the strongest C40 in this game. That's how sad that is. And no one would give a damn what I had to say because if they bought it. That's why I have to slow down and not grow so fast. But now that my kingdoms were his kingdom yesterday, we have no clue what went on between those two castles. But after talking to him in the room, probably was he had to deal with problem children in his kingdom. And it's rare to get somebody who coins heavy that doesn't demand respect. They think they're buying love. Starting to get really bad. I could reissue. You know what? Tell you what, guys. The stream's gonna intentionally drop, but I'm not gonna drop the. I'm gonna drop it from my side. I'm gonna restart it, and with a much lower setting, to see if we can get smoothest versus quality out of it. And All right. Sometimes resetting the software, it may not have kicked up the lower settings that I told it to go up at. Durations. We shall see. Okay. So let's close this. Yeah, on live streams, I don't send 4K video over, that's for sure. But yeah, if the stream's choppy, it's screwing over our. Well, see, I see the concurrent users going up, so maybe that helped.
What are you at now? 30.
What? 30. I'm letting 39 cook because I ran out of speed ups last night. Got nada. Matter of fact, I spent 60,000 gold buying my wall just so I could start the 39. So I gold bought. I ran out of speed ups. I couldn't even build my wall, so I gold bought my wall last night.
Yeah, I'm still having buffering issues here.
Well, the number of current viewers is going up. I can tell we're having problems because we average about 27, 28 minutes per viewer, and we're like at 5 minutes right now. So it's horrendous. But I'm starting to see an increase. So I'm hoping that the new settings,
like me.
Yeah, I'm hoping the new settings are helping. Jamie Irwa Rangers.
I'm doing.
You're a beer behind, by the way. Root beer
The
behind.
fuck am I up to on the way home?
All right, I'm gonna go get some hangover juice. I'll be right back.
There we go. Socially related. Everybody today, we're just gonna hang out. Feel free, everybody, to grab your beers. Hang out with us here.
You already know I got one.
Is this our 5th or 6th social isolation drinking party over the headset?
Right? And we're going to extend it 3 more weeks. Nothing could make me sadder yesterday than hearing that, especially after the other numbers that came in. This is hard. For the charity stuff, not that I don't appreciate it. The donations help a lot because it comes in on a regular, steady basis. It's actually a number that I know I can count on next month. I can say, okay, this much money for the people who hit the join button. I know I'm going to have this much money to spend next month, and so I can plan ahead a little bit, at least 30 days. The ad dollars, I don't know until the end of the month how much I'm going to. And because everybody's sitting at home playing on the web, the amount of advertising dollars is plummeting. Matter of fact, for those who haven't been paying attention to anything but the BS news, no kidding, companies like CNN and the New York Times just asked the American government for a bailout because no one wants to advertise in their product. They just told all the public to go home and stop working and then wonder where their money went. They don't get it. People have to have a job in order to buy their product. They just don't get why socialism doesn't work. They really, it's now cluing it, and as far as I'm concerned, screw them. So their ad dollars are down. At the same time, my ad dollars are down. So, but we're taking the opportunity right now while the ad dollars are down to say, okay, I've spent money this month. The number one rule in business is when the economy goes down, grow. You grow through it. So that's what we're doing over at Rogers Raiders. I'm growing through this problem. And we've done that. We doubled traffic in the last 4 days, didn't we? We went for, just doubled the number. Right now, D'Artagnan, because there's always 10 layers at home. And Anne. But the health is a good one. Now the question we were talking earlier about for the War Library book, 50% infantry, we don't know the answer because they don't roll those stats up. So if you had do you need 51% more for all the troops in your castle, for 51% of them to be infantry to proc that war book? For some guys who just stack the crap out of
sacrifice.
yeah, if somebody stacks the crap out of their infantry anyway, that's not an issue.
This one's for Koji.
Yeah, I'm considering going upstairs to fill the double up. Let's not get political today. I want to talk about Guns of Glory. The political segments.
Yeah, and
Butter Nation.
cut off the masks. Yeah, that you shouldn't leave things that sound that ridiculous, boss. Just so you know. No one turned around and said, you can't have a mask. No one did that. The reality is, okay, and just because it's brought up in the way it's brought up, I'm gonna address this, guys. This thing called Obamacare that passed a medical device tax. Masks, gowns, and gloves were considered medical devices. So anybody who made them inside the United States was getting taxed because of this thing they called a healthcare bill that had nothing to do with healthcare. I mentioned this the other day. It was a tax bill. And so all these medical device companies sent all their products to other countries like Canada. So he's right. Canada, coin guy, you're right. Send it out there. And because now when China says, hey, we're not sending them back, you don't have them. That's why you don't tax crap just to tax crap. This is the result of something that started 12 years ago. And now you just deal with it the way you deal with it. It is what it is. But if you're microprocessing, blaming the guy who's trying to deal with the problem that he didn't create, and trying to justify why it was okay to create that problem because you love the thought of the word socialism, it doesn't work for a reason. People will always, as individuals, try to avoid to pay more to make something or to sell something. That's why taxes are bad. They stop production and productivity. And I'm not talking political, I'm talking about that's the way you curb anything in life. It has to do with this game too. If they want less of something, they make it cost more. That's how you manipulate the social environment that we're talking about. In game, out of game. What you see in Guns of Glory and what you see in the real world do reflect each other. In Guns of Glory, you get to actually talk to 20, 30 nations. And you sit there and go, well, why are the Russians always aggressive in every kingdom? That's because that's the way their society works. Don't recognize that before you start talking to them, that they have zero respect for you. If you're a big old candy ass that just wants to be nice, you're going to lose the conversation and then you're going to lose the fight. So, you can't get so wrapped up in your views of what you think the world should be that you can't see the way the world is. So we'll try and stop the political stop from there. Okay, about the past politics. Oh, that's not true, Bo. I see. I said we're going to stop it. Russian guy. I wish I had a translator for the chat. I can't pronounce your name there. I see the Russian. Is that Russian? Yeah, that's Russian characterization coming across. We only had kingdom from the 400s. We were the kingdom 410. Kingdom 362 has been that way. I don't think we've ever been the oldest kingdom in any fight. Butter for all. Okay, so we're gonna type butter for all. That's funny. Butter. Since you can apparently hear us, why are you? If you would get in TeamSpeak right now, you could be a part of this conversation. Hashtag butter for all. That's funny. I like it. Uh, now, yeah, don't delve into the micro politics, guys. Just look at the overall view of it. Step back and find out how you got to a point, and apply that to the game too. Step back to how you get. There's political problems that I create, and then there's political problems that are there when I step in. That's I know when I start a problem, whether or not we'll acknowledge that I'm trying to correct whatever I started. That's a different story. It's I don't do it. I never do it intentionally. Well, that's not true. Sometimes you drive me to the point of creating conflict. But then I go asshole nation. That's usually when I put on the Brutus tag. Is when I'm going to start tagging. I don't ever do it into the gun music. I'm always brand aware. What's my equipment? I got crappy equipment on. Don't get focused on equipment. Equipment's not that big a deal.
We'll have new equipment soon anyway.
Yeah, I got some buck, some master. I've been off for 4 months, guys. I hadn't played in any events. I log on just enough to keep people from, farting around, and that was about it. Meanwhile, I've been working on laying the groundwork for all the stuff that we brought forward. I'll put it out there. I've got a long-term goal. I got Kingdom 362 that I've got to to, and I've got time and dedication into. And we have a lot of people who build new castles in Kingdom 362, and unfortunately, with an expectation of playing directly with me. And right now, for my entertainment on this game, I'm playing at a different level when I get to play. But I would like to see people who want a good community to start filtering towards a single kingdom. And then for the new series that I'm going to put out this year, I'm going to start encouraging people that go into new kingdoms because they don't have Care Bear kingdoms to put everybody into. Start building your alliances via time zones. You go into a new king, guys, we're not going to talk on Discord because I'm a professional and I own freaking phones and large communication devices, and you're a multi-million-dollar company, and if we have to talk via Discord, I have no clue who you are. You're probably a bullshit artist. Greg, how you doing, man? K455.
Can I give a shout out?
Go, do whatever you want, man.
Yeah, I just want to give a shout out to Trick and Miller on their welcome Butter Nation couples together.
A Bolt Nation classic shout out.
I'm just going to stay out of this.
Ah, Miller, I know you're listening, bud.
This never ends well for me. I'm going to get
I know,
blamed
right?
for it.
The guy's been stalking me for almost 2 years now. There's no reason for it. I don't know what's wrong in your life, bud, but seek help. It's weird. I get the meth head mentality. That's kind of what it's. And the funny thing is when I was in 312 and I was in STR, when I was there just doing my thing, and the conversations with Trick were always highly intelligent. He's a very smart guy, but he's also kind of skeezy when it comes to talking with anybody that's got a woman picture, and at the same time, he's just horrendous when he feels like he's been abused in some way or not respected in some way. And then it didn't help for like a month and a half there that I was like dropping rumors into his little spy that he had in my alliance. and just feeding false information, getting him all frustrated and pissed off on purpose. But it was amusing me was really what it come down to, and it created problems for a lot of people because I was amused by playing with somebody who was just kind of being an ass for no reason. If a new player wants to jump in the game, should they go to a newer or older kingdom? Depends on what you want from the game. Okay? You don't have to jump in and spend money. You got to spend a little money to unlock some features. I mean, you're going to spend $1, $5, something like that to unlock features. But if you want to grow quickly, catch up, and play with the teamwork events, my God, you can reach C20, C25 in a few weeks in an older kingdom because the events are different and they throttle the new kingdoms. Your growth in new kingdoms, because in an older kingdom, you're going to get C35 beasts where you can go out there and get 10,000 EXP per kill versus 200 per kill. Starting around C19, you can take down those C35s. It's not that hard. So you can really accelerate the free growth of your account by coming to 362 and start building an account over there. And I got to warn everybody that jumps in there. I had a problem, and this is the reason I brought up the Miller thing, and everybody's wanting to steer back and be friendly. I had a problem with a group of stalkers that follow me from one kingdom to another. That when you jump into the kingdom chat and say, "Hi, I'm new to the game," they're more sociable in game than I am, and they leech on and start trash talking. And frankly, they did it to a couple of you guys who have been following me for years and didn't know they did it. And all of a sudden, I started getting screenshots knowing that they were PMing people to just be hideous little human beings. There's no benefit to them. They don't care about the people they're trying to disrupt. Their goal was to hurt what I'm doing. And what's stupid about it is it hurts what they were doing. It stopped new players from coming, enjoying, and learning. They got new, fresh meat in a kingdom that's still growing after a year and a half doesn't exist except for in K362 right now. It just doesn't exist. And that's just kind of the power of what we got there. So, am I rid of the trolls? No. But it doesn't mean that I let them hide anymore. They are what they are. They change their name every 5 minutes. They act like they're not what they're pleasant, they're sociable, but they're rude, crude, and users of people. And you guys got to realize that con artists kind of do group together a little bit. So it is what it is. I hate to throw the label on the whole brand, but we play with team shirts on. So, when you're playing for the Raiders and you're wearing the Raiders jersey, the guy taking somebody's head off with an illegal foul, he's a Raider. It's the Raiders did it. It wasn't that guy did it. It's just we play with team jerseys on. You can have bad video, as I've learned, but you cannot have bad audio. People will not tolerate a bad sound. The picture can be blurry, but if it goes in the chat, they will not tolerate it. It's just like being hard of hearing. That's the only disabled person where they blame the disabled person for being disabled. What are you, deaf? Yeah. Yeah, past record has got to be a calculation at this point because K362 is not matching up like they should match up. They're matching up based on the fact that they have been winning a lot. We spent about 6 months getting people moving at a steady pace versus the breakout big castle that everybody wants to hide behind. And we were winning hands down with activity and smaller castles. And then when we got the guys who went in there and said, "This is great, I'm going to drop 20 grand," it got problematic. And quite frankly, it wasn't as fun for me because it was less strategy. It was more, because everybody wants to lean on the stats guy. It's like, he's got bigger stats than me, I can't win. I'm like, we've been winning for 6 months against everybody with bigger stats than us. All of a sudden today we got one big guy, and he's the one yelling we can't win. So
it's been proven over and over. Activity and coordination.
Oh, absolutely.
It's one of the reasons.
You can take down a big guy as long as you participate and work as a team, but you got to know what you're doing.
And it's one of the reasons I'm dreaming of getting the ability for a kingdom to text to its own kingdom. To where we'll have different lists that you can talk to your own kingdom and fix your activity issue. Good for us in 362 if you're more active and we got to face you. But again, it's not about K362. They were a guinea pig that turned out to be a success. Once we had a kingdom that was in the 400s. Man, don't underestimate KVK till an hour after it starts to kind of get around their, they'll have their castle logged off for the whole week. They'll prep it the week before and then log it off. They won't even play UAC. See you, C3.
Yeah, the system for issues definitely changed. They revamped it many months ago now. It used to be if you registered early, you got matched up in a larger pool of other alliances. And now everything from what I've noticed, it seems to be based on activity.
Activity and performance. There seems to be but that's been better. I mean, so it's one of those things where if you've been in alliance for 3-4 weeks, suddenly got a bad showing that weekend, you're going to get your ass handed to you. That's all there is to it. It happens. Usually happens around holidays.
Activity all over should be good now. Everyone's home playing.
Right. Why is it the activity at 100% right now for all the players? Honestly, I'm kind of glad that it didn't. What was it? I saw the woman on Facebook post up that says, I used to about not having enough time to clean my house. Now I realize that wasn't the problem. Just didn't want to do it. Yeah. All the time in the world to get the house clean. It still ain't that way. One of the reasons I got tired of playing the game was we log on to a KVK and one alliance would fill the towers and log off, go back to bed. And the leaders of the alliance were covering for that. Meanwhile, you had people in the kingdom that were begging to get in a tower, begging to get in an alliance. And back in November says, look, guys, we've got over 150, 160 people. Why aren't we running 2 alliances?
User in your channel timed out.
Was that creep again or
That'd be your phone.
my phone?
Yeah.
Valid or invalid, that reason. They can take everything you've spent your money on. It's an issue I have with the game selling to you and then selling you to somebody else for their entertainment. There's the fact that we are live player versus player 24/7 leads to a form of anxiety that I swear is causing the stress that you see in some of these players. They don't act in a manner like you're not taking my money, you're not hurting me. I guarantee you, if you're worried about it, you're just going to wind up spending on your side. And it is what it is. this game is what it is. Oh my gosh. Cowgirl's like all invested in freaking this kingdom now. She means not, we was when we had some of the epic battles where we lost 20, 30 million of the kingdom's troops.
Oh, we had some good ones, that's for damn sure.
Long 8.
But it feels like just with someone and then you come out on top. It feels really good.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Those 18-hour battles suck. When people can go and get a good night's sleep and come back and we're still fighting, that kind of. And to their surprise, we're still fighting because they left and they thought, well, it'll be over when I get back. And then they find out, oh, well, I got a full castle full of troops and I can no longer avoid actually getting them killed. That definitely came into play quite a bit. It's like, oh, it's time for me to go. There's a lot of people who like to put a big show in the chat room and not put any actual skin in the game.
I'd say that's a bad idea. If someone doesn't want to play KVK, they don't have to. Why would you zero him just because he's not playing KVK?
Yeah,
we've had multiple big players that haven't even started KVK just a couple months ago, and the kingdom we're currently in is over a year old now. So just give it time.
We went through this, the 410 guys, where they turned around and said, we're going to start zeroing everybody who's not in my alliance. Because my alliance is going to be the KVK alliance. And literally somebody just said that. It says, I spent money and therefore you're all going to support, the fact that I want to play KVK and I'm the big stat guy. And I tried to explain to them, I was like, you got entire alliances social. They want to fall. And if you incorporate them into a community, it's like, okay, guys, we're going to play this alliance over here is these 150 guys are going to go out there and kill all their troops, spend money, rebuild all their troops. But you could lower their cost to do that if you would just feed us food because they like to sit online 20 hours a day and talk while they farm. Those people are valuable. They are part of a complete community network. We built our own farming systems to support our own alliance because it may not be natural in your kingdom to have an alliance that's just a social alliance. But damn sure don't go in there zeroing people. That was the worst part of KE. All you did was make people quit the game. Or somebody thinking they understand the matchup math in some manner, like, well, if I got rid of all them castles, we get weaker opponents. That ain't how it works. All you got is no one to help you ever. In any way, shape, manner, or form when you do that. Yeah.
So guys, tell us, how was your KVK? Let us know. Here's some stories.
It's why would I? So when you're saying zero a C40, that never helps in KVK. Is he counterproductive in any way? Why is he bothering you? Well, you just defined socialism there. He's not taking anything from you, and you want to tax him just simply because he exists. He's not doing anything to you. He's not taking anything from you. It's not your buff. It's the kingdom's buff. It's for thousands of players. I guarantee you don't have more than 150 that are showing up to KVK. So you're going to zero. You're just going to go around and start randomly picking people to zero. And the reason I'm pointing this out, I'm not picking on you here, but you've been taught this method without knowing you've been taught this method. That's not how you act to build up a community. He's not doing anything to you. If he was knocking out towers while you were doing it, zero his ass. But if he's just there, he's just enjoying. He's spending his money to enjoy his game his way. Your opinion on that matter is not relevant.
Here, KVK event, UAC is a fun event. Well, they're all fun events. I mean, get with a group of people you live with. Someone's interfering with that fun, knocking you down and not helping build you up. I mean, really doing damage to you. Then yes, by all means, remove it from the situation. But if they're not bothering you, leave it be.
With the way you described it, you're just jealous of his size. And you don't want this because he's annoying you. Just his mere existence is annoying you.
Let people play the way they want.
Yeah,
I like KVK. I just like it. There's something to come like you can, in a good fight, you're going to lose a lot of troops, but you're just sitting there bleeding beside someone else. And you get good rewards now compared to crap they gave months ago.
The KVK is it. Either you're going to spend a little bit of money to play KVK, or you got to play cautiously so that you can recover within the 2-week time frame.
Exciting.
You know what usually happens? While we're still on this C40, this big C40 thing, because people are talking about a couple of kingdoms. You know what usually happens is that guy who built up his castle and realizes he has time to play with that big castle, or he can't get his schedule to mesh up with events. Because you got to remember, the game's scheduling events, he's not. So he's got time to build his castle up. He's got money to build his castle up. And then what usually happens is, screw it. He gives his castle to somebody else. So you don't want to go hurting a castle that might wind up in the hands of somebody else at some point that is active. So be a little cautious and long-term thinking with that stuff, guys. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Did I lose him?
Sorry, I'm lagging a bit.
Oh, there we go. Go ahead, Koji. I'm sorry I cut you off.
Oh, no, it's just going to say at the end, once we cleared our kingdom and the fight was in another kingdom, we sat there for about hours while over there. It was just brutal. I was like, the guy was recklessly hitting everything. He lost something like 700 million batteries. But, man, no, they were quitting them. So we ended up coming over just to help evict 280 so he could keep his throne.
I'll give it that. A couple of our bigs lost a good amount. Kingdom 150. I'll give you a shout out. You played the game. Your aggressive nature has inspired many. You've been on for a long time. Well, I bow to you, sir. Good game.
Well, yeah, as you're talking about, disappointed that 4 or 5 C40s never help out. That kind of describes me at this point. You know, I've got the capability of helping out. The matter of fact, the last big argument that we had politically inside K362 was over the fact that the way I was helping out was not the way they wanted me to help out. They wanted to belittle me before, and then but the minute the fight really started, like, I need you to start giving directions. Where the Russians are in charge of this KVK, and I want their guy to be in charge of the KVK. And if he has questions, he can ask me. And another guy from another alliance just jumps in and starts barking order. Like, look, the point was to teach several alliances to be able to run their own KVKs and not rely on one guy in the kingdom. Because what happens when that one guy doesn't show up? The whole kingdom suffers because you focused all your knowledge into one area. And knowledge is Baker's dozen. Because Baker's dozen come in there and zeroed us in 5 seconds. it's like, oh, that's how we met that guy, and he doesn't play no more. He might be in this chat. He might still watch the videos. But
Oh,
yeah, go ahead.
let's get the question in here. He's a fella talking about how he's being told to only put T12 and T11. You guys are kings. Let's take that one.
Only T12s and T11s. You need layered marches for defense. You need extremely. Oh, wait a minute. I'm reading Koji. I'm being told that T12 and T11 stack is stronger than putting PvP marches in Palace. Okay. What you attack with, Marshall, is not the same thing as what you defend with. You should be replacing your marches. And that's where there is on the website a how to have 15 people in a tower instead of having 5 people in a tower with 300k marches. And it explains why 15 weaker people are stronger than 5 of your strongest guys. So you literally limit your marches. And then I modify the tower topper. I built the tower topper calculator, and then Guns of Glory come out there and modified one of the, when I built the tower topper, you could send 5 marches all at once. You can't do that anymore. So the tower topper was built and designed to send a march, wait 2 minutes, send a march, wait 2 minutes, send a march, wait 2 minutes, send a march. And then that way, over your 15-minute period, you had this constant influx of defensive marches, and I'm talking, you could give up 1,000 to 1,500 stats and kick their ass. We were doing it successfully. Matter of fact, that is when we started losing a little bit, is the ability to time the marches for replacement started adjusting. And it gave an advantage to the guys who had overpowering stats. But it's just an adjustment tactic. So when they change something in the game, we change something in the game. I haven't changed the tower topper. The tower topper needs... Oh, that ain't it.
Hey, Thor.
So,
Hey, Thor, how you doing, buddy?
Heavy cavalry have an increased attack against pikemen. So if I know I want to kill infantry, T11s kill infantry. That's what they do. All right. Then it becomes a matter of balance between the tiers and balance between the things. The calculators are not just thrown together random crap. There's lots of testing, and don't think for a second that they're perfect. That's why I offer on the download thing. There's an Excel spreadsheet. Everybody keeps asking me for the Excel spreadsheet, and I took away the individual calculation sheets. I built a thing called the Guru spreadsheet. You can build any form of a calculator from the Guru spreadsheet. You do not need. You can go through the web page, type in the numbers that you see in there, and till you get them balanced out. But then you can go in there and start playing. If you got a computer, and let's go do that. Okay, here's a question, guys. How many of you are playing this game on a PC versus a phone? There's probably a piece of polling software somewhere that I'm supposed to be using for that crap. Let me go. But while I'm searching for this new piece of data here.
Here, I'll give you guys a good piece of advice. I mean, most, there's defense marches, especially when it comes to KVK. If you're taking a tower, removing someone out of a tower, against or kingdom you're up against, naturally you're going to send an attack march at them. You want to beat them out of the tower. The best thing you could, which most people do not understand, call your march and send a defensive march in that place.
And you can overlap those two movements too. So the minute you hit recall, you can send a defensive march. And remember that when you're under Mega, you're getting the Mega's airship. So you don't need an airship to replace the airship you may have sent for expediency. Guys, I'm going to be back right here in just a second.
All right, guys, go ahead, ask some questions. We got Koji and me here. Okay. Question till news returns here. Let's see what I hear.
You're in the other room.
Yeah, let me take a look at the other two.
And Bo, you said some people think it's not important to time reinforcement marches. It's really was. If someone mega rallies your tower and you win, but you reinforce it right away, they're just going to speed hit you out of there.
All right, in the Q&A room in game here, White Wolf here. He's from Kingdom 455.
That's the problem with drinking beer while you're on here is you got to go to the bathroom like you're in a bar. Yeah.
What White Wolf asked, he said, if you didn't go over it already, can you cover what stats carry over from a leader?
The top half. Once you get down to the damage stats, I don't think they carry. There's no way to prove it.
I'm a firm believer damage stats over. I've looked at many reports, seen where I've taken losses, where I've killed at. And you who's in a mega garrison or a mega rally, if you look at the details of the report, you'll see each individual, what they sent, and you can look so that specific individual took damage, what did killing, and like I said, I'm a firm believer, just troop stats, infantry, cavalry, distance. Those are the stats that carry over.
Not the damage.
Challenge.
You're thinking not the damage as well?
Right.
Yeah.
I'm asking everyone, if you notice something different, bring it up to me. Let me know. I'm constantly learning new things about this game, these guns, and Koji. But I think it's a joint consensus among us that it's the troop stats, infantry, and
one of the indicators of that is the battlefield treatment doesn't carry from the mega leader to you. All right, so that's a bottom half stat. That's a damage reduction stat. So that's an indicator that there is two formulas you can move over and see a different way of playing. And it doesn't mean you have to leave your kingdom, but it's a good way to come over there and say and learn firsthand, kind of like a fly on the wall moment, to see how a coordinated alliance works together. Because I don't want to give the impression that we just blow through everybody and it's always peaches and cream. It's not. The point is when we get behind, we don't quit. And that's usually how we wind up winning. We at RRG, I can't count the number of times we were behind during UAC, only to win in the last 2-3 hours. For like, what was it, Koji? Like a 7 streak in UAC against players that kicked our ass in every stat you could imagine. Like I said, they started doing some of the roles, but time wouldn't follow me there. I've done that in my own businesses where I've walked outside the door, walked back in, because I do business analysis for some companies. And I've walked back into my own business and went, well, this doesn't need to be here. That's in the wrong place. You got this set up wrong. And the owner of the business has got a crappy attitude. And I'm talking about myself. I did that to my, 9 years ago when I walked into my own business and then I dumped $40,000 fixing the problems that I pointed out to myself. And we went up $80,000 a month in income. So I do know what it takes. It doesn't mean that I'm not immune from being lazy about not doing it myself. So you got to grow enough as a person to say,
I know when I'm not living up to my own potential. They tell you that in kindergarten, but it carries on throughout your life. You know, it's just because you're smart and you know the answers doesn't mean you can avoid doing the work. It's the same thing with the website, guys. It's like I said, right now, while everything's down because of this COVID thing, I am, and Koji and Creep have been absolutely inspiring to me to dump more stuff into it. I've gotten more done in the last week than I got done in the last 4. Part of those discussions, and I was the largest advocate against it. And the reason is I witnessed what happened in World of Warcraft when they did server combinations. It destroyed the game. I mean, that company lost millions and millions of dollars because you are farting with herd communities. People like what they like what they know, and you disrupt that, and it just buries deep into your soul, and you don't know why. Your herd is disrupted, and it's an emotional trigger that people reject. So I think I got that part. I think I got that point to the company when I put it up there. We'll see. Sometimes they just do what they're going to do just out of spite. We'll find out. But I doubt they'll ever do it. There's the fix to this is to leave the kingdom, is to fix the kingdoms where they're at. Build a Care Bear system where when you join the game as a new player, you come in here, you learn, and you level up to like C26, and then you pick a kingdom to go to that already exists, so that, you know, and then that kingdom grows. And then they could suggest kingdoms based on the need for players, which that becomes a mathematical need versus a, you know, they're responsible and caring type need. But start filling the older kingdoms back up. And if they do that, they will find that they wind up tapping into a learning system. In older kingdoms, there's people that are happy to teach you. So the question earlier was, is it better to go tend to forget that I have power that they don't, and so it's not playing no more. It's like a cat playing with a mouse. I'm toying with them, and I know I can, and I shouldn't. I got to. It takes away some of my natural to be a smartass. But it is what it is. I don't mean to be cruel, but it comes off as cruel because I have power, and it was never the intention, but it is the result. Plus I suffer from freaking. I got a 160 IQ, and I put a ball to him.
Yeah, Bella, I agree. It's a hell of a good idea.
Hey, Creep, when you're reading the questions, read them out loud. I have a bunch of people who follow this thing as a podcast, so they're not actually watching their screen, so they don't know what you're.
Right.
It's a bad habit with me too, where I'll just answer the question that I read, but I have to acknowledge that not everybody watches this video. A bunch of people next week who will listen to this entire thing while they're in their car in traffic. Although there's probably not much traffic on the road these days.
Bella was basically saying our kingdom is on the dying side, and I responded, every kingdom starts dying after 7 days upon its release, because new kingdoms keep coming out. I mean, I simply said, have fun, make friends, and create good memories. We all came to this game to have fun.
I would disagree that we're dying. I say we hit a pinnacle of people that want to stay around. Now, because of the YouTube channel and the website, we have new players that come to K362 all the time. Now, I didn't pay attention to what was going on with like I said, until somebody texted me images of like, this guy just started trash talking you the minute I walked into the kingdom. Yeah. And then I've got people PM and I don't know if I've ever shown it on screen, but I got my name changed right now so you guys can't find me. But if I turn it back to Gunmuse, I'll have 42 PMs, because you always want to talk in the interface that you're in at the time. that's a convenience factor for you, but it's not a convenient factor for me. Spend all my time answering that stuff in China's game where they make money, then I'm not earning money and growing the community over there. I have an end goal to build a community where people of good nature will not just play this game, but other games that they share, so that the community can be around people they enjoy being around. In order to do that, I'm going to have to be a little harsher with the people that are disruptive on purpose. And I've said this before when we were in the Kingdom, like, somebody's got to be the bad guy. Somebody's got to pay the bad guy wrestler. Someone's got to say, I just don't want you around me no more. And I've said that to people. It's like, I don't want to talk to you. I don't want you around me no more. I'm not logging onto the game to deal with whatever problem in your life that you feel you're going to work out in a game. The $200 you spent on this game should have been spent on a therapist. Go see.
Very fond of the block button.
And people want to get into verbal banter with me, and it's never going to work out in reality like they think it's going to in their mind. They think, oh, that's easy. I'll just go head to head with him. I'm gentle right now. I don't have to be gentle. I will start parsing your words, and the biggest form of combat that I've ever put back against people, you watch them in frustration, I will mirror their conduct and watch them implode and hate of what they're doing to me. And that's how I know it's a social problem. It's a one that needs therapy of some kind. They hate themselves, and as soon as I start mirroring themselves and they see it, but they still think it's me, they hate it even more. And at the end of the day, because I'm just not one of those emotional type of guys, it doesn't bother me. I'll destroy your world.
What I miss.
Hit the block button, you missed my therapy session. We weren't talking politics. We're talking therapy now.
Would you all like to know Creep's therapy session? I'll give you a real simple.
Pour one more. There you go.
Yeah, I just did too. We're all getting juiced.
Yeah, I had to taper off.
I
had to go
last night, and I'm paying for it today.
I cannot.
Bella says, thank you guys for taking the time to interact, answer Val tips. Bella is why we do this.
It's there's nobody on here that hadn't been teaching others for a while, and there's lots of people in the game that enjoy teaching players. Like I said, that's one of the benefits going in an older kingdom is you're going to find that like, come on in here, we'll help you get growing. You may go to an older kingdom where somebody says, hey, how you doing? Here's $1 million freaking food. Get your crap going. Because $1 million food to a guy that's been around for 2 years is nothing. God, I spent $2.5 billion in food yesterday just leveling castle, and I didn't have to ask. I asked Koji for like 200 million of it. But the 1.8 billion of it came right out of my own freaking farms.
You raped the hell out of Koji's castles. It was great.
And Butters gave me 20 million silver last night. Which got me right to where I got me right to the point where I ran out of speed ups. So having more RSS doesn't help me at all because I can't get to the next level. So I will spend the next 2-3 weeks, and I think there for a while. What was it? We were getting a challenge every 2 weeks. I would push. I was telling Lady Macbeth last night, I could push 15 castles from C30 to C35, or one castle from 35 to 40. It's the same RSS. That's how much RSS it takes to go up those numbers. Yeah. Well, I see Koji's on his ass, Reaper.
I got on my phone. My daughter was up some smoothie my wife made her. Look like me. How I felt last night.
Sir, from Bud like to apologize. We're understanding that a lot of people are having connection issues and buffering issues with our YouTube live stream right now. He simply wanted to say he is sorry, and it's because of too much butter.
Well done, Hell Creep.
Metronome. Ain't nothing like timing. Verbal banter equals IPS. What is IPS, Metronome?
Don't ask. You already know.
I don't know.
He's with us.
Ips.
Oh. Verbal banter. Man, if Ips is listening, I will apologize because I pushed Ips to C30, brought her into RRG, put her in charge of stuff, and knew within about 4 days that was a bad thing. She was one of them people that thought being in charge was telling people what to do. And it pissed people off. And I was getting so many mails about it, and I thought, it'll settle. Even though in the back of my mind, I knew better. And that was a laziness issue on my part, not dealing with a problem of just because somebody is on all the time and is active and knows what they're doing. I mean, no just knowledge or skills or anything else like that. It's just, and I don't know if it's because it's in text. Whatever voice you hear in your head, you got to remember that voice is in your head. I know that when I read her text, I heard bitch. That's the voice that went through my head. And I've never heard her voice once live, but that's the sound that went through my head. And
be right back.
And the complaints that I got in the mails kind of reinforced that. And I just want to say that, she probably suffered from the same problem I does, only she's younger. If I'd been on this game when I was in my 20s, oh my gosh, I had no problem just telling people to go fuck themselves right to their face in my 20s, because I knew what I was doing, and I didn't need somebody that was even 40 years old walking up trying to act like just because they've been around longer they knew more. They didn't. In my work and my profession, my skill set, search. Man, I know you guys are hearing that on the big boom. I had a cough button built into the system, and quite frankly, it was causing me other grief, so I had to make it go away. I'm still waiting to put a floor in my office. I take everything in my office out of my office, put a new floor in, and then I got to spackle and paint the walls. I got these new 10-inch thick walls that are soundproof in here now. I got all these soundproofing tiles up in here. And then I'm going to have to do something about the sound that comes from the cooler, because I got to modify the voice for that. And I also got to be acknowledging the fact that I'm so far away from the mic that sound didn't come through that well. So we're looking at my research. March 1.
It's for Underworld.
Yeah, and
Same calculator for Wolf, I think, too.
It is the same calculator. And here's the reason I got two different calculators with the same formula, is because it does remember what you put in there, and some alliances will cap it down to 100K. So if you got to constantly swap out your formulas and you come back to the website, it'll remember what you put in there for you, so that you don't have to dink around.
Oh yeah, we do Underworld with 50K March cap, no airship on 312 now.
Yeah, and then also,
Jacob. And don't forget, before you hit the gate.
I've already poured.
Yeah.
That was the goal of the day. Do a live stream. How you did?
Alessandra Rose, how you doing there? That's Cowgirl.
Hey, I know that chick.
Yep. She's going to get censored in YouTube before the day's over.
The Underworld gates are so easy these days. Far a year and a half, almost 2 years ago. I mean, We used to have to do 2-man teams, 26, 27 rallies just to crack the thing. It was the biggest line. Now, 100K march, 2 rallies, it's over.
Jacob, thank you for the M&M money. Appreciate it very much, man.
Awesome job, bud. Thank you.
Make sure you go over to the website, get your phone numbers. Guys, if you got memberships over at the website, go into your profiles and update with your country code. Go do Uber for a few hours. Hold on a second, guys.
Well,
I did not realize the requirements to get an Uber. It's pretty strict. Not the background check portion of it, but you know what you need for insurances and stuff is.
In-game translator here.
In-game room. Oh, hold on. I can't do that. I don't do that on screen. Yeah, I won't look at that while I'm live there. You can read them off there.
yeah, I'm going through the questions right now here.
Okay.
Trying to respond to ones I can respond to that are not related to this live stream. At the same time, everything else.
Google does not.
There we go. Hi, Sakshi Singh. I apologize if I put it wrong. How you doing?
I think that's a spammer.
Give me
That's somebody trying to get people to click something.
I don't like clickbait.
That's what that was. You can't hyperlink him. I don't allow hyperlinking unless once it's verified. Then I can set it. Hold on here.
Guys, please remember, check out Rogers Rage's website. Check out our Q&A game. It's Gun News Q&A.
And we have the text.
For questions.
The text, you do not have to be a member to be in the text list. And the if you want to get out of the text list, you type bugger off, but I warn you, you type that in, you respond to that thing bugger off, you will never ever be texted again. I don't care if you want to be texted again. It will literally pull you from the phone system at the phone company level so that I don't accidentally do it. Because I don't want anybody to say, well, looky here, I told him not to do it, and he did it again. Because there's so many country laws and state laws that I have to adhere to. I have got to be really harsh about it, and I'm not going to go through there and hand undo something that's done at a phone company level. So we're going to be responsible.
I say bugger off. That,
yeah.
I'm afraid I'll text accident.
Well, it's all one word, not. Yeah, hold on here. I'm going to turn around and put a link in the chat. For those of you guys, that aren't playing this on a PC, you should be, because the new. There it is. Man, I am croning to see what I'm doing. I got so much crap in my way. All right. One guy was. Yeah.
Candles 407. Night Siege. We all miss from time to time. Miss at least every other week. I'll miss both of them.
I miss them all the time. And I shouldn't, because that would have got me. I mean, I think there's Frost. Did we ever do our second one, by the way? I don't think we did.
We did one today.
We did it a couple of ago.
So I just missed it. All right.
Crossfire in there. All it gives you right now is the Guard Royal.
Just build one farm for a farm that you're not really coining on. Those rewards are great. They add up.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. My farms are at the point where I'm not leveling them in like I could, but why would I waste the silver and all that? Like, I just stand pat with those farms and drain resources now. Oh Christ! My wife's texting me, and I'm downstairs. She's upstairs because she's trying to figure out if anything's open on a Sunday after 5, with all this garage shut. See if I can get grab for my dog. At some point, I'm just gonna need to show her like that I'm holding a glass and I'm tipsy.
When I was
Can't
running,
get another 40.
when I was running my gun store, when I was actually in the gun store, I was open on Thanksgiving Day. And everybody goes, I can't believe you're open on Thanksgiving Day. He says, you know how many wives have kicked their husbands out of the house to cook dinners? Told you to go somewhere, I don't care where. And what everybody does, they cruise up and down the strip and everything's closed except for me. And there was a reality that even back then, for every 3 men that walk through the front door, 1 will buy something to show off to the other 2. I used to love it when 3 guys walked in together. I was like, all right, I'm selling something the next 5 minutes.
Candles, I empathize with you completely. One of my farms has like 3,200 badges, and I wish I could donate my mannequin.
That's a good thing. Badges really are not that hard to come by. All those minions like Carver and everything else that comes around. I mean, as long as you save your upgrades, you don't have to save them long. These events come around so often, especially the mini ones. And if you just need specific items, pop the upgrades.
I got 500 badges in the last 6 days, so it's not hard.
No, it really isn't.
1 sec, my wife's calling.
Oh, Koji. I wish badges were still worth as much as they used to be to sell.
But yeah, and that's the thing, right? The badges, all you can do is sell them to the hero store. They're hero store food. Which means you can hero store what you can do on a farm with the badges. You can hero store food them, you can turn them into guard frags, and you can still trade the guard frags. That's about all you can do. Or other stuff that you want to trade and buy.
Yeah, I saw that. Yours for $5. You can also get 80 badges for $5. I think you for badges for 9 cents. Right now you can find, I think, what was it? Done 80 for $5 plus food and a few other.
It was 18 for $1 the other day. And then in limited deals, it was 16 for $1.
I always look for cheap buy. I know me. But by God, I'll still try to hang with them.
Marshall, they run live tests to try and determine what scenario will increase spending.
As predicted, I was asked to drive somewhere, and then I just held up my almost empty glass.
How old are the
Did that
kids?
trick too?
Are the kids old enough to drive yet?
They're 7.
When I was around the neighborhood, though.
Well, if they can ever afford their own cars, power to them.
Power to them. Yeah.
You just pass down the Corolla. Get yourself something new.
I'd love to get an SUV or a truck.
Man, we just sold an 05 Ranger four-wheel drive that was immaculate for $2,200. And I mean, it was immaculate. It looked like it just rolled off the showroom floor. The four-wheel drive, automatic, cruise control, nice radio.
Candles is asking, when I go to C35, what troop building should first? There's multiple ways you can answer.
You need them. You need them all.
Gameplay style.
You need them all.
I mean, you do need all.
You're gonna need more distance than you're gonna need any other troop. So I usually start with that, so you can start building that layer of troops, because you're gonna need more of them.
Primary T11.
I said cavalry just because it's been 2 generations since cavalry that hits him. First thing I did was like, yes, I haven't had a cavalry that hits infantry since like T8.
I don't send a partial tier. I won't throw T cavalry. I won't throw T. If all I had was T11 cavalry, 11s, I would send 0 T11s. I send partial
I
tiers.
had all my T11s.
Live tests on the guards. No, I was talking about live tests where they throw out a event or the reason they were putting the guard frags out was they're trying to get you to buy packs because you're getting crap in the packs that you can't do anything with it. I don't know. Can you even sell them to the hero store? Rewards people who log on every day and click the free guards versus the guy who logs on once a week and buys guards. It kind of evens that playing field out a little bit when you look at it from a game builder perspective versus a game player perspective. I think it's bad math, but it is what it is.
At this point, I really wish I'd coined and got those freaking middle, like the middle guards, Thomas Flood and those ones. It's in pieces now.
I remember when they put when they brought the new guard, the new epic legendary guards out, the Moppin and stuff like that. I was like 2 weeks from 5-star and everything, and I was gonna buy it that next freaking daily deal. They dropped those guards, and then it went to crap. I couldn't even finish my 5-star set for like 2 months. When I would have definitely finished it that next daily deal day. It happens.
You said I took your 35
Yeah.
gun muse. I got all 3 buildings and had speeds to get a full tier ready at the same time. Marshal that.
I recommend,
Very
if you're
close.
following the calculators, you go ahead and upgrade your first attack march and then go back into building troops after you got 1 march on your new tier. Whatever tier you're talking about, whether it's T9s, 10s, or 11s, 12s, just upgrade 1 march and then don't go upgrading the thousands or millions of troops you built after that point. Go ahead and start building your new layer. One, it's a little easier to click speed ups when you don't have to scroll through crap. So if you do, and I'm going to explain this in the new series there, when I start building troops, you got 2 months to build your castle before that first KVK. Everybody's in a stinking hurry. They make it harder on themselves by the time they get to that point. Because they're not, as you have the capability of building T2s, build the crap out of T2s. You got to build all them troops anyway. You split the calculators into 2 different marches for the higher end type player, so that they just run 2 different formations. We don't have enough formation buttons. Is one of the things that I'm about to say. I don't care, and because I got like a wolf button still, and I just don't care no more. I'm gonna have buttons that are gonna be attack, defense, freaking cavalry kill of some kind when I need to run a fast march. That's what my buttons are going to end up being.
$700K. That's a great start for T2 infantry. That's the heart of your meat shield. I always push people to set a high goal, a very high goal. I like to push for 2-3 million T2 infantry.
While you're building those layers up, I do recommend, while he's talking about millions of troops, build equally up through your layers. Like, I like to start at 25,000 T2s when I'm first building an account, and then 25,000 T4s, and then 25,000 T6s, and 25,000 T8s, and then go back and start with my 50,000 T2s. You quickly.
Adrian Jinky, I don't know how to pronounce your name, but Kingdom 342. You're asking a question: how many T2 cav and distance carry with that? I could better answer your question if I know where you stand currently. What vessel level? How many? And what tier is your highest? And I can give you a good estimate. I mean, I always suggest it will steer you in the right direction when it comes to March. As for a castle defense, with your total troop count, I could give you a better answer here if you'd like.
In no loss events like UAC or Ike, when you have a big 2 million T2 wall, your cost to it doesn't stop you from having a strike formation because an attacker can't get through that wall of T2s. It allows you to keep attacking them back, and your cost to gold heal is much, much lower. You will take what is 30, 40 minutes, and you're out of UAC into 5 or 6 hours, and then you're out of gold. The formations are designed for attack. They are not designed for the defensive calculator. So when you have a wall of T2s in your castle, and you got the patience to let the hit the or have enough troops above it that the hit ain't gonna matter. So let's say I'm gonna go in here and I'm just gonna plug in 100,000 as a number. All right. Now T10s 1,300, T10 infantry 1,300, cavalry 300, distance 400. That's a good relationship. So let's go down at the bottom where Creep's talking about here. So T1s, you see the distances are 1,300 on the T1 distance. T1 distance is devastating to big castles. They really are. So that's a big tier you build up. Then we go into T2s, and you see where T2 infantry is big number. Cavalry's not a little number. T2 cavalry is kind of important. And then you see your T3s. T3 is damn near a worthless tier. It's equal all the way across the board. Then we get up in the T4s. T4, there's your 1,500 again, and a little bit on the distance. But that gives you an idea of where to be. It's as you're building, where to focus before you start getting OCD and saying 1 million of this, 100 million of that. Because
Like me.
there's a Creep had to do it too. He had to start by clicking the button 100 times. He didn't get all his troops all at once. So there's a pattern to building these things so that you're not vulnerable while you're waiting for next week's level of speed ups, if that makes sense. Don't forget that time is a factor in so while you're building up those layers, don't go out there running your mouth in KC. Yeah. Don't let your buddy do it either.
Yeah, Kingdom 342 guy, if you look at what Gunmuse just had on lag issues with you, I apologize about that. We all do. If you can't see what he's brought up, I'll just give you a rough estimate. Let's say doing 2 million T2 infantry, I'd probably say focus on 20% of that. Your T1 distance, your T2 cavalry, your T5 cavalry, T4 distance. Focus on about 20% of what you got in your T2 infantry and those other. That is your areas where you're going to take losses on the first hit. If someone attacks you, those are the areas you will take damage.
And if you keep getting pounded like that in a KVK, you will have no room for higher tier troop. Be cautious.
Guys like Night Siege, New World hands out those healing speed ups now. Those things are awesome for something like KVK. When you're taking those hits, have 30 million food loose in your castle. When you go to KVK, have food already opened. You're going to heal in real time. were playing that the other day, didn't I? That is like, if I can play this thing as a C-22 on film, I can play it on my C-35 with no troops. And some of it comes about. Some of this game is as much strategy of psychology as it is anything else. Guys, remember this phrase: hit them where they ain't. Some of these guys only put 300-400 troops out there. And look for the guys who are bubbled, that don't want to take a direct castle hit. They don't want to lose their troops. They don't want to spend any gold. That's why they're bubbled in a New World. Go find out what mounds they're on, because they ain't got no troops.
And for the love of God, look for the guy who does not have airship beacon.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I was having a little party with both my castles.
Yeah.
Oh, we were having a blast.
Yes.
I hardly ever knew what I had to say, and we tore them up good, just due to teamwork.
Yeah, if somebody doesn't have their airship beacon on, their castle is vulnerable as all hell. Smack their castle and then it knocks it. It sucks to go into one of those things and do nothing but fighting. I've done that. And I'll tell you a dirty little secret. I had to go into New World with a different name because it became just team sport. The guys just want to hit me because they know me. And like, guys, I just want to get my loot like everybody else does. You know, it's the and what's bad is, God, back then, back in November, you went and go hit it. It was just going to be bad for you. As far as 35s go, I was about the size of a 40 in stats. Except for the Uber coiners.
No, I am not a C40 close, but I've set a goal for myself to reach 1 billion power and 15 million troops before I even hit C40.
Look, if you've got somebody in your kingdom or they put color icons in the New World for people that are in your kingdom and people that are in your alliance, and they even put a different color icon for your alliance leader on the map. Team up, and if you got one big guy there, they can only put 4 marches out onto a mining node. So that means your airship should be the one that's not on the mining node, right? So that what the big castles are doing at that point is you're just smacking the crap out of other castles, keeping everybody away from your area so your guys can get their farming and their mining nodes done. That's how you work as a team. You work like a little pack of wolves. That's why I'm glad it's only an hour long, because it's like the worst possible game behavior ever.
Bella, 15 million troops, damn. Bella, always set your goals high and achieve them. If they are achievable, achieve them.
Candles, I think I actually remember hitting you. I think you did a shout out after one of them.
Hey, Bella, let me say one thing for you. They
Got-
call it creep.
Yeah, it's... Man, when you're talking about building troops, look, it's not fun. You don't get a lot of points, but you got to build those military... Look at all these military tents I got. That's so they misrepresented what I put in for a suggestion. They have not made the building of troops easier. It's a pain in the ass to go in here and build T2s up. You got to scroll. The batch numbers are small. If you're selling me the damn speed ups, let me put as many in there as I possibly can get away with. Whatever food I got open, just make that number match my food. Let me build 100,000 in one batch if I got the speed ups for it. Or if I click go and it says it's going to take 28 days, let it take 28 days. I don't care.
All right.
care,
Talk
Cody.
to you guys later.
We're still alive, guys.
What's... But it stops at the first decimal. What's he talking about? Maxing
All
takes
you
a
guys on here
long
right
time.
All you guys on here right now, I'll remind you to check out our Gun News Q&A room in game. I'll put a link up
Oh,
so you can just copy and paste it. All throughout the week, I'm collecting questions and I'm answering them live here with using Koji.
yeah. So while you're in game and you have a question, go jump into that room and ask the question in there. That way, we'll have a list to go through.
It's open. Anyone could join. All you need to do is simply click join. No approval.
Oh, the calculator rounds. I actually don't know if it rounds up or down. Yeah, I mean, it probably the nearest decimal up or down. So the onesie twosies don't matter. The thing you can, like, if you download the Guru calculator. Hold on, let me pull that up. For those who hadn't seen the Guru calculator, I built this thing because as I was building calculators was a pain in the butt. And so I actually built a calculator to build calculators. No kidding. Rows 1 through 12 is going to be T12s. 36% are T12s. Then you come over here to this other yellow area, and I say I want 25% to be infantry, 30% to be cavalry, and 45% distance on that row. All right. So that's got to add up to 100 going this way. These three numbers add up to 100%. And then all the rows have got up to 100%. And then it will spit out your custom march. Offense, defense, no matter what you build, no matter what calculator you're building, this calculator will build a calculator. Now, down here at the bottom, this creepy other day says, oh my gosh, did you ever see these things? This is where the subclasses are, where I tell you what subclass they are, what they attack. Some of the subclasses stack on top of each other from tier to tier. And that's where this math gets into this other stuff. Believe it or not, I could go here and say 17.5. All right, so now, and then go 14.5. All right, now that changes my rows 11 and 12. So I made my T11's a little weaker and my T10's a little stronger. That means that formation is a little more defensive than the other formation that you just saw a second ago, because I know tier 10 is a defensive row. Now, if I wanted to say I'm going to be a tower leader, right? Well, then I'm going to go in here and I'm going to say 35s. And then 35s. And then go in here and say 35. Matter of fact, I might actually go in there and say 45s on that one. I'm going to up I know that T10s are a defensive tier, like T2s. Yeah, or, the math that works in the castle works in the tower. So let's say I go in here and I say, well, I want 5% of a T2 tier. Well, now I blew my march up. So I'm going to go steal from offensive tiers. Right? Tier 5. Let's go 0.3 on that. And I'm just making these numbers up. Don't use these as real numbers. And then we'll knock down some of the tier. Is that right? Okay. So I stole from my offensive tiers, 9, 7, 5, donated to my defensive tier. Now that's a march that's going to resist more hits in a tower. So if you know what you're going to do that day and you know what the subclasses down here do, you can start tinkering around. Reality is, you don't know how great it's going to be until it happens. And you can't predict some guy with 7,000 stats coming here and gobsmack. I'm about to do a whole new series on that stuff because Catacombs 8 stack your defensive crest. Make those things, just keep stacking those.
Catacombs is probably one of the most important when you start.
Getting your creation to Catacombs 8 is the most important thing you can do to being ahead in the kingdom you want to be. But now that we have Ike out there, the kill event shouldn't be such a big damn deal anymore inside the kingdom. The drama should have gone down. But the fact of the matter is people are very introverted. They just bubble and log off. I got 15 farms. They're all on Cata 8. With Cata 8 and Spirit Mines, what I make.
Get it done. The rewards you reap from being on the leaderboard are amazing, and they are utmost necessity early on in the kingdom.
There's two theories of thought on going through there, but the reality is you just got to grind those damn crests out every day. I'm responding to Bella's freaking question. So now I'm in explosive because there's troop damage and explosive. I'm looking specifically for that.
Army damage.
Yeah, army damage. And then, as you see, I don't have things in my infantry health like I should. And that's because I was playing with PvP. I was actually trying to win at PvP. Their PvP role is broken. Broken so much that it bores a guy like me. I mean, I need to go in here and just spec these things up for the infantry stats. Because like I could go in there and get more infantry health there and get more infantry health over here. Infantry here. There's more infantry health down there. Since I can't actually reach that troop damage right now, give up these two sets of talents. Give up that set of talents and that one and that one and put it into my infantry health and get another 10-15% in my health. Which isn't a big deal anymore. These are kind of over from 2 years ago when, God, what, 300-400 top line stats, you were a god. So 10 or 20% made a big difference. It was 5 or 6% in the whole March, which was a bunch. Now these are like 0.05%. So the only number that matters in here is the troop damage, it seems like. The rest of it, if I got it plugged in or not, it doesn't matter. It's not enough to care. I hate the arena.
All right, I got a question in the Q&A room. Blakey from Kingdom 374.
Talents for troops.
He's asking, he saw a video from another member. She was attacked by high stats player during Kingdom E times. Her 1,600, hers was 2,200. She healed each time, but she lost mainly lower tiers, so healing was cheaper for Defender. Is the meat shield strategy still in place?
Yes. That's exactly the meat shield strategy. But you need to be on to deploy that strategy. If you're not on and someone does that to you, then you're going to wind up the way my castle was, where some little chicken shit hits you when they're not on, and they burn up all your meat shield and fill your hospitals and fill your sanctuary, and then all your expensive stuff dies.
Absolutely. I mean, Gun Muse will vouch for this one. I am a huge advocate of meat shield strategy. Try to prove it by example. I try to prove it every UAC, any non-event. I show everyone what shield deep it is to recover from attacks. Blackie, I appreciate your question. coming. You got
The meat shield strategy buys you time. If you don't know what to do with that time, or you're not there to take advantage of the time it bought you, you're going to pay dearly.
absolutely.
It's a strategy it's a strategy of advice from high-end players who are engaged in the game constantly. They're playing now. So the meat shield strategy does work with that style of play. If you are a set it and forget it, then lean a little more toward
Port and the force just to take hits. The meat shield strategy is. And that is for troops within a castle, defensive strategy.
yeah.
You will only benefit from it during IKE. You could benefit from it. You know, you take what you could take, and then you shield. UAC is amazing.
To keep your costs down, to keep healing costs down, if you don't have a budget to play with at a higher level, I like the 3 march strategy. Have 3 in your castle, keep them moving so you don't get hit. You can always have 3 marches out burning somebody else and have nothing in your castle. They can't take anything if nothing's there. So if you keep 3 to 5 marches in your castle and they're always out, don't have troops defending a castle if they don't need to be. So if you can't afford to buy 2 million troops, have 3 good marches and burn the shit out of them. And keep them burning. Go on the attack, and while you're on the attack and your marches are out, they can't hurt you. Just take the hits. Who cares?
Yes, sir. Yeah, if you are not a coiner at all, you do not even spend $1, 3 marches is not a bad route. Though I might touch on, you will have to be very active, be able to set rallies, hide troops, which is a strategy I definitely employ early on in the kingdom,
Yeah.
and I employ with every new player. Hide troops, keep them hidden. You have to be active. If you are using a meat shield and you don't want to take hits, or if you just want to take a couple hits, utilize a shield. I mean, there are angles to play at every level of this game, every aspect. Whether you're the newest player, you don't spend money, big coiner. Everyone has a role.
Remember, it is a strategy game. So when someone says, "Oh, his stats are bigger than mine, we're going to lose," that is somebody that just wants to take two hammers and smack them together. One hammer is always going to be heavier than the other. Yeah, that is not. I mean, you got a brain. You know, that's why I say always remember this phrase: hit them where they are not. Hit them where they ain't. Be where they ain't. Don't be where that frickin' 6,000 stat guy is. Don't play with his tower. Don't even be in his frickin' zone. He's there to work out some emotional problems. Don't be a part of that game.
Yes, sir. Shane Whitehouse says, "I'm catching a buzz. LOL. I tried to go into your stuff. Shane, you're catching a buzz. That's why we're all here. We're all He says it's correct. I got a beer. You're having a good time, bud. Thanks for being with us."
Troop training strategy, buy speed ups or buy stats. I promise you, you will always be building more troops. But if you're going to spend money, it depends on your patience and depends on the people around you. Stats keep things alive. Got to be replaced. It's not the same as it was 6 months ago. I think troops die a lot easier than they used to. I think they went into selling more troop training speed ups, and they may. I don't know. It's hard for me to imagine the last few times I've hit somebody where I dominated them like I used to. You know, and I know what I did, and I know what I haven't changed. And it used to be I'd gobsmack somebody and only kill 200 in my march while I knocked out 2 million of theirs.
Kingdom 342 guy, you're saying hiding troops doesn't work in IKE. If you have a small amount of troops, it does. another castle under a shield.
That's okay. The hiding troops and rally strategy is not going to work if you're trying to deploy the meat field strategy. One strategy versus another. So you're either coining to build up troops, which means you need to be building up stats to support them, or if you don't have the coins to build that many troops, then you need to be active, under bubble, or hiding your rallies. And I say instead of rallies, go on the offense. Just when you're talking about Ike, you're talking about being in someone else's territory. When you lose, you get ported back. That's what you're trying to tell us. That doesn't work. You gotta at that point, you got to realize what you are at that level. Is you're not the guy that's going to go out and plunder in another kingdom without getting caught. If you're going to try that, you better stick and move. You better have teleport. Lots of them.
Have one to support you.
And don't go by yourself. Move in groups of 5 or more. Hit and don't stick around more than 3 minutes. Don't give them time to go into their kingdom chat and tell everybody where you're at. I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to be about 10 minutes. Cream.
I got you covered, bud. Building troops is not that hard. There are plenty of ways, speed ups, ways to get troops. I got guys in my kingdom in my set don't really coin at all anymore, and they're sitting on 10 million troops. I mean, as long as you're in a good, solid alliance, active alliance that can also support you, you got to build troops. There are ways to get shields. There are ways to cover your butt. I mean, I've been fortunate enough to be in a kingdom where it's been relatively very, very peaceful for months on end. I'm sitting on millions and millions and millions of troops. Petitions, you pull the steps out of there. There are ways to get them. $15 million troops is a lot. I mean, that's not something you come across in a couple weeks, once. It's something over. I mean, I hit that level of mines, knock out a very low level player and grab all your airship XP, but at the same time, always make sure you're pulling your attack and guardian components.
Bella, one of the reasons for restarting over with a new account, they've changed the strategy on focus of new players so much that what is easy for me to do in my expeditions, you can't do in the new kingdoms anymore. They level lock you so badly to get in gears. It takes longer to build your airship without spending, $1,200 to max out your airship or something like that. It's an insane number.
I mean, ultimately, it really doesn't matter what level castle you are, how new you are in your kingdom. Troop building is something that should be nonstop.
Troop building is nonstop. Yeah, it's crazy. But I'm gonna whatever the last series of new castle builds that I did was taking a new castle and putting it in an older kingdom, and I went to like C20 in 3 days. And then I'm going to see what it's like to put a new castle in a new kingdom, and we'll see what happens there. I'd like to think that the positive stuff that I see that comes back all the time is spreading, but guys, I tell you, my patience wears thin with entitled little shits that run their mouths. It's just that there's a limited amount of patience that I have with that stuff. I try to look at it from a business aspect so that it doesn't wear on me, but the reality is I just want to get into an alliance and not talk to anybody outside the alliance, because once I surround myself with good people, I'm happy. But then you got to deal with whatever's going on in the other one. And I've never met so many people who like to manipulate via rumor. It's a weird environment. I don't know. I want to just ignore what I'm seeing. I wish it was just one or two people, but I'm seeing it because I deal with like 43 countries on Rogers Raiders. It's everywhere except for a few places where the Russians act differently than everybody else does. They usually have one leader. That leader says something, everybody listens. Period. They act in that manner, and you can count on them. So that when he says, "I'm going to do X," he's going to do X, whether that's good or bad. And like I said, when usually my feelings with dealing with Russians is if you show any weakness, they'll walk all over you. But the minute you can fight back and show them some strength, then they'll cooperate. But they don't cooperate while they got the upper hand.
No, absolutely not.
You can't. You've got to understand that cultures are cultures. And stereotypes are not a mean thing that you say about people. They are things that happen so often that we call them stereotypes. And it's not an ugly word. It's a definition of what you can expect from a culture. Great Kingdom. Yeah, I don't want the new series to be one of those things where everybody goes flooding to the new kingdom, hoping that there's going to be some Uber alliance type deal. There's business aspects of this stuff, guys. We're at what? I don't even know what my number is today. Have you seen it lately? Let's go look and see.
Kingdom 342 guy. That's what I'm referring to you as. Cause I don't know what the hell his name is. What's that? Adrenaline junkie, I assume. You say you have a great kingdom. You're an amazing alliance. Go EYE. Go EYE. Hey man, I have no problem doing shots out there. Here, questions you to answer the best.
18,200, right? I got 18,000 people in the forums, guys. When you guys are looking for help, have you gone into the forums and asked your questions? And guys, what I'm trying to do is, as I realize we started this with Guns of Glory, and then I get into the politics and stuff because, quite frankly, you're bringing your world into the gaming world, and I see as a long-term problem. And if you haven't read through some of the political articles on Rogers Raiders where we were dealing with the laws they were creating in England and stuff like that, I hate to tell you this little manipulation that we're seeing now with the COVID stuff, they were talking 7 months ago. You go read some of the videos that talk about that. They were talking about the ability to shut you down and stop you from talking to each other last year. This is pulling off what they planned. So it's not conspiracy. It's just this is where they're heading. Now the question winds up being, why does everybody want to head in the same direction? That's where you get into conspiracy talk. Because I don't know what the ad is. All I know is the facts say we're all heading in the same direction. So from my little world, all I want from Rogers Raiders is if I got 18,000 people over here, I know all 18,000 of those people play games. I know every one of them plays a game. And for the most part, all 18,000 of those people play Guns of Glory. But I know there's more than one game on their computer. I know there's more than one game on their phone. And so my thinking is, if you're a good person that enjoys playing with others without being a little smack talker or whatever, then I would like for you to, we're going to start creating more forums for other games. And hell, pop up here in the chat right now. What other games do you like best?
Yeah, tell us. Let us know what other games you play. I know many of you play some games here, whether it's console or PC. Hell, let us know. I'm a big gamer myself on my PC damn near all day, every day.
Guys, I don't know if you guys saw this. I'm not happy with the structure of my website. I really am not. I structure my website for the best flow, and it works, but I hate the way it looks. Okay, so I got this article called 2020 Computer Options for PC. Every game that I listed here on this page is a game that you can play both on your PC and on your phone. So you can be playing it at home, and then when you're out and about or during the day and you got to, you know what? I remember writing the damn thing. I don't think I posted it. Oh, there it is. I made it a page. It's not an article. It's in the menu. So if you're on your phone makes this little black bar and it doesn't show you all the menu stuff. But here's these other games. Just go look at it on your PC, because the whole point is you can put these things. All this list of games that I got here, every one of these things you can play on your computer and on your phone, which means that I can build a live 24/7 community around any one of these games with the structure that we started building on Guns of Glory. And the other thing I'm going to be looking for, if you're sitting at home right now because you're in lockdown for the next 5 weeks and you want to start putting video channels together, guys, there's an article on there where I tell you how to get all the software for free to do what we're doing now. Okay. And the best advice I'll ever give you in your life, just start doing it. Don't give a damn about how much you suck. Don't care what your voice sounds like. Don't care about, I will tell you on videos, sound is more important than video quality. That's why I got a nice boom mic over here. But then I got a rattle in my voice because of health reasons. But like, I know a bunch of, where's it? There was no challenge to winning it anymore. I know that just told me that disconnected there for a second, guys. So like the pocket politicians, like Walking Dead. I you know.
For those who are accounting.
Yeah. But Walking Dead's one of the ones that I actually have a good game on. I was playing that before Guns of Glory. And then one of my favorites, and I actually get the video up on that, is CSR Street Racing. I love that. That's a mindless game. It's also one that I usually wind up playing in airports when I don't have any internet connection. It works. $300 or so troops that kill that a week. Well, you got to. Oh, wait a minute.
Welcome, 5-7 from Germany. Thanks for joining us. Bella asked a question here. Let me see if I can scroll up and catch it. She said, would you agree they're pumping out new shit too quickly? Items, coats, curiosities, etc. My opinion on that is, Bella, the spending amount on the game is the same, lower individual item. There's a lot more items out there, a lot more areas you could spend in, but the spending amount is the same. And do I believe they're pumping everything quickly? Given I've been playing since the early days of this game, I do. I mean, it's something I've just had to adjust to.
Hold on here. Oh, not hold on. Go ahead and go ahead. What do I got going there? Oh. And that might be causing my damn lagging, to be honest. Got to open all these damn web pages up. CSR, man, I love CSR. But I'm a gearhead, period. So I mean, CSR's got lots of customization to it. You don't have to spend a ton of money in the game. The only time you spend money is if you want whatever little Uber car they're offering you for $3 or $4. Every time you do a level, they offer.
Yeah, I don't think it is as good as it was when it first came out. But if you give yourself a limit financially, I think it's still beneficial.
Yeah, guys, set a budget. If you don't know, you can go into Google Play and you can set a budget, although you can turn it right back off. So if you're one of those people that can't help themselves, then don't set up a credit card and go buy play cards. And even then, you'll find yourself buying a play card as you walk by the thing all the time. If you find yourself acting in that manner, understand that's an addiction problem. And Just stop.
I got an addiction problem.
Yeah, just stop. You've got to stop. You're going to hurt yourself. It's all right. So there's Custom Street Racing 2. All right, let that build up. And
Well, they did take probably 80% of their resources, but at the same time, now you're getting a lot of good speed ups. If you give yourself a low budget, it is worth it. I suggest $20, no more. Beyond that, you're taking a little.
the guys with the 20 farms, man, don't be one of those guys. If you're 2 farms is enough to feed 1 castle. And if you get into managing more than 5-10 farms, you're either going to buy software to do it, or you're going to find that you are doing nothing else but doing that. So let me go in here, copy.
20 farms, that's seller material. Turn around and sell those resources for. Like that, make it worthwhile.
That just crapped out. That's all BlueStack screwing with us there. Hey, got views. I like the graphics. I like the graphics on this game.
What's that gun?
On the CSR2, the graphics on this are awesome. This is an older game. This is like 2012. So what? Hold on. I was gonna look at the one the guy suggested. RKAA. I gotta go back. Where did I come up with RKAA? FFXV. I was gonna look at that. You earn points faster by driving a rare car. That's one of the reasons you need to balance your desire to be Uber at something that doesn't matter in real life with what you're spending. Because you got to realize that the spending isn't what's making you Uber. There is stuff that is skilled. And some of these big game companies are no different than casinos. They're money laundering operations. They're designed as a perspective that's not real in reality. People don't act the way they claim they're acting in these games. You know, people do not go out and drop. That's freaking Koji.
I was just gonna say.
Yeah.
Canadians.
You grovel in the States.
Koji, what are we going to do with you?
He's in Canada there, Bella. Yeah. There's my car. There's my little garage. I got a little garage.
As Reaper is Koji, so y'all know. Don't ask me why he picked that name. I'm just thinking it's a Canadian thing. I don't know.
My Uber Honda. Something I wouldn't drive in real life, but
Gun, I know absolutely nothing about this game.
but CSR2? It's a straight up drag racing game. That's all it is, a drag racing game. But you get to tune your cars and, you know, and then all these graphics and stuff you're seeing on this game, because my car's all decked out, I get more money per race and stuff like that. It's a game
With
about
American
showing
stuff.
off.
Where's the American stuff?
Honestly, in the game, the Mustangs and stuff like that suck. The so if I could like buy cars. Now I remember why I had them notifications turned off. But my phone won't talk to my computer while notifications are turned off because of some hiccup. So like if you get in the tier 5 cars, what they call the supercars, the theory is these guys who make like a $300,000 McClellan, it was the fastest car ever, and yet none of those cars have ever won anything anywhere in the world. John Muse on my license plate in real life too? No, I've got a disabled veteran plate. I don't have to pay taxes. So yeah, like a McLaren, cool fantasy looking car. Not even in the top 20 for the fastest car in the world. They always talk about how fast they are, blah blah blah, and they're not.
I'll take my good old American muscle any day.
Well, they got one. Well, where's it at? They got to have a GT40 in there. GT40's been on top for almost 50 years.
I need everyone to tell Coach one more.
One more, Koji. 599 GTO.
If you didn't hear that, Koji, maybe you'll hear this.
That's a Ferrari.
GK, I don't think I saw that, what Moss said.
There's a car that no one ever talks about. The Bentley makes a really fast car these days. Zeroing the research? What did he say? I don't understand the question.
Yeah, I don't either.
The 62 Impala, the lead sled. I have a 66 390 GT with a 360 Shelby in it, Fairlane. So, and then I also have a 2005 Cadillac CTS-V, runs just under 700 horse, 6-speed, LS7 clutch, does 191 miles an hour.
69 Impala with a 396.
I own
The boat.
I own 17 cars, so I'm kind of a car nut. This office that I'm sitting in now used to be filled with nothing but engines, because all I did was I sat in here and I redesigned engines, but then I never stuck them in anything. And then one day when I needed some office space out of here, I went and I sold them. Engines that I spent $6,000-$7,000 building up for like $2,000 a pop. Pabst Blue Ribbon, my gosh. Yeah. They don't make that nice crackle sound, but they taste better when they're in the glass.
Hey, I've already told you, I grew up on the beer.
Yeah.
It's there. It's affordable, and it works.
Yeah, I've missed Night Siege for a year now. So yeah, there's this custom street racing. I had one, the Game of War, that I put up there, but see the CSR2, it didn't pay squat to the charity. I get cents when you guys download that, I think. Guns of Glory, when you guys download the Guns of Glory from my little link in there, I get $4 for that. Just for you to play
on a
on.
contact invite in game.
Who did?
I'm thinking it was that. contact invite in game. I don't know for sure.
Bella, I have a 69 GMC with a 327 camel head, 4-speed on the floor, factory 4-wheel drive. It's not even a crap Chevy, it's the GMC version of it. We think there's only about 45 of them left in the country. Yeah, I get paid when you guys download the game for free. This is how I make money for the charity. Look, one of the things that I had this idea a couple years ago, because in the veterans charities, I had old guys sitting in front of Walmart begging for money. Well, and then I had these guys coming back from Iraq, and I had a 35-year separation. The guys coming back from Iraq couldn't sit out in front of Walmart and beg for money because, one, Walmart wouldn't let us anymore. And then two, they have jobs. They got kids, okay? Which means that the other forms of making money is that most people know, well, the VFW, that's got a bar in town. Well, I being a national deputy chief of staff for the VFW for a while, when we went through the stats, the guys with the VFWs with the bars were losing their ass. And then the memberships were dwindling down. There was only about 30% of the places that were even viable in profit land. And those that were in trouble, it's because they were mismanaged. You cannot hold an election to say this is now in charge of my business. Okay, it's the guy has to be able to run things before he's put in charge of them.
All right, Gun. I got a message from TK here. What he was talking about with Moss. He said Moss had mentioned in Casey that GOG was going to zero all research and everybody will have to start all over, yet keeping all the stats. I have not heard anything.
They did that once before. When they went and did
Not that I remember.
matter of fact, it'd be 14 months ago. They zeroed all the research. They changed the trees. And then any of the stuff they got rid of that you spent RSS on, they gave it back to you in research speed ups.
Right. I remember that.
Because I wound up with something like 38,000 hours of freaking research speed ups because they got rid of all the catacomb stuff that I was doing when nobody else was.
Right. Yeah, I do remember that now. Now, I know Moss is also a very, very close follower of Kings of Avalon. I know in years past, months past, that Guns of Glory was always kind of in King of Avalon's trail. Got an update. It was just a matter of weeks, if not a month, maybe 2 months before Guns of Glory saw that update. Whether it was gear, arms, any of that sort. But at the same time, I do know now that Guns of Glory no longer falls under the KOA. Like, we are starting to get stuff ahead of them. Where Guns of Glory is starting to branch off and really kind of fall into their own.
There's the King of Avalon's link.
As for research, do I know for sure? I personally no longer have inside connection with the developers, so I can't say for sure.
I stopped believing them. Almost nothing of what they said come true. And we can tell from the videos going back when they were reacting to us in almost real time and had people actively trolling my videos going, well, that's just not true. I'm like, I filmed it. I mean, how are you denying what's on film? They would try. It's like, well, that's just not true no more. Could you properly update your videos? I'm like, it takes me 24 hours to put a video out. So that's one of the reasons we've done that I've been really pushing for the last few months to build this ability to text you guys. So if there is an immediate change to these hot patches they put out, I can respond to it immediately. And then I can go back and build the video based on what's done. And there's nothing worse than spending a full 20 hours putting something together
only for it to be wrong because Guns of Glory is trying to be petty. They're trying to win an argument that I'm not having. I'm not trying to belittle them. I'm not trying to trash them. I'm just stating what is, and this is how I'm going to deal with it, or how I suggest that we all deal with it. It's an opinion. It's not.
Stephen Ellis says he remembers. He remembers, but his research didn't zero out. Stephen, there used to be a lot more creation-based research, a lot more. Ever since Catacombs came out, and a lot of us older players invested in that research so we could further advance our creation. But when they did away with that research, we got all that time invested back in the form of speed ups.
Yeah, with the events doing the half off of the RSS, the amount of RSS we have that we can hand out to players can come to the Kingdoms, and if you take a 3-month approach to the events, you can be in the top 15% competitively within a few months in an old Kingdom. It's just that's if you want to play without spending a bunch of money, and let the guys that want to be out front, be in tower leaders, throwing $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 a month at it, let them do that. I always have. I have never in any of these videos been higher than 15 or 20 in the Kingdom list ever. I think I broke top 10 one time. And then we did some big KVK where I lost 200 or 300 million that day. And then I never was in it again. This ain't about spending money. I mean, it's quite frankly, if I throw money at the problem, then I'm not throwing strategy at the problem, and I prefer the strategy portion of the game. Yeah,
I love the game. I love the strategy.
I saw a hack on patch 4.8 the other day, but you can't play 4.8. I tried. As a matter of fact, just out of curiosity, because I knew this question was going to be coming up about hacks. I think, for the most part, the number of people that I knew that were Uber who quit on the first round of hack closures, yeah, it looks like that's getting shut down. I'm not going to say it's all done there. That Revenge putting out the I hacked this, I hacked that. First of all, you have to, there's a reason he had to go to another device to do it. I mean, you're rooting out a device. It's so technical. Very few people can do it.
I don't even know what tag Revenge is playing under now.
Well, he plays KOA. And that's one of the reasons they separated the Guns of Glory from the KOA. That's after Revenge put out that crap. Revenge hurt Guns of Glory pretty bad. If it hadn't have been for my stuff buoying it up, it probably would have tanked right down to zero. But you've got all these gaming influencers that went out there and said, "Well, State of Survival is the same thing," and these games are not the same. They've got a completely different look and feel and interaction, and
it may be the same framework. I mean, there's thousands of games that fall under the same framework, bases, resource field layout. The inside of the castle layout may be extremely similar, but when it comes to statistics, it's items, it's a completely different game.
Yeah, this is it's different, and then quite frankly, the community is what's going to make the difference in the game for you.
Right. I mean, I think personally, what I experienced, one of the earliest frameworks of this Glory, Kings of Avalon, and games of a similar sort, probably goes back to, I want to say 13 years ago. C game called Ebony was the earliest I can remember. I mean, some of you may remember games that go back older, but I personally believe that as being the earliest framework, what developed into what became Guns of Glory, Kings of Avalon, and all that sort.
TK, he's over there with those guys who do that from the 312. That's what they did in 312. They would just some random thing, act like they had inside information, and spread it around. That's the frickin' Miller trick crew. I cannot tell you that following his advice has been nothing but bad for anybody that follows it, because the developers,
I'm not tearing up all that
yeah,
nonsense. I enjoy it.
the developer room, in that room, didn't take me but 10 minutes to realize that the people in that room weren't developers. That if they were, there's like no one follows this structure. And I'm like, if that is what's running Fun Plus over there, this company's collapsing tomorrow.
Right. Oh yeah.
It wasn't what was running it. They were really doing. I mean, there's guys over there at the Fun Plus that are really trying to figure it out. But the problem winds up being is they're hiring 20-year-olds to try and build a game structure that mimics society, but their view of society has been skewed through somebody else's desire of what they think society should look like. So they're hiring these game developers from San Francisco, flying them over to China, and all they say is, well, I'm in a communist country and I've been trained as a socialist and I want to go talk to people about giving up their money freely. They don't even concept the way to engage a customer so that they want to pay you. They literally look at some things through the lens of how they're going to force you to pay them. And that's why the internet, I can tell you for a fact that if there was a whole bunch of stuff that I put out to them, that they'd have followed along or we'd have rebranded it and launched it underneath what I wanted to do, you guys would have a lot more fun and you'd probably spend more money. And not more money per person, but just more money as a group. I've broken down KVKs into what we spend per KVK. And it was something like $35,000 as a kingdom there for a while, every 2 weeks. And so take that out type. I'm like, and we were a pretty good spending kingdom.
Right.
So it's, Revenge Gamer, yeah. Well, let me tell you what happened to Revenge. Revenge Gamer went and put that crap out. Fun Plus came after him as a hacker on YouTube, and he crashed. While he's trying to launch his own game, which is what he was really doing, was trying to build up an audience so that he could turn around and tell the audience about the game he built. He's never gotten the game built. It's been 3 years now. And guys are starting to realize that his calculator over at the Wolf Calculator, well, he built that back when 300 were the top stats. And he goes, well, why come your calculator didn't ask for stats? Because stats are irrelevant. They scale with time. It's volume of march, quantity of march, and the type of troop we're using, because that's the framework of the game. The Guns of Glory can keep adding stats to the game. It doesn't change the framework, and it doesn't mean that my calculators need to change based on your stats. When I built the T9 calculator that everybody likes, God, if you had a 600 stats, you were uber. And now I see C26s with 2,000 stats.
Oh, it's changed a lot. It's changed a lot. I mean, the same basic principle of the calculator.
Is it hot in here? My gosh. Yeah.
Oh, Revenge. I remember him.
Yeah, I like the guy. I talked to him. I'm in his Discord thing. But he got in a petty pissing contest. Now, not that I haven't gotten in my petty pissing contest with Fun Plus.
Huh.
But, I mean, we had a little let's talk to our lawyers exchange this year. So
Oh, Greg, if you've only had one drink, sir, you better step that up. You're falling behind.
just one more, Greg.
Just one more. One more.
People don't know we're not encouraging drinking today. What we are is we're socially distancing while still communicating. I'm going to go this because this number popped in my head because of this Corona thing. They put out.
I'm not gonna lie.
They put
Gun,
some.
I got a rather impressive pyramid sitting right next to me.
They put out some numbers the other day on California because people are starting to realize California has twice the population of New York. California had 5,000 Chinese a day landing in California airports while the breakout was taking place in China, and yet California was not the epicenter. And then they pulled up this.
Hey, Wizard, how you doing?
They pulled.
Marshall, you got work in the morning? Well, then tomorrow. You can't have one today.
That's a tomorrow problem. Well, at least it buffered for you. Yeah,
a lot of people are having issues with this this live stream buffering, and I do apologize.
It's us.
It's not us.
It's YouTube's. It's the stuff's being sent to YouTube, and then YouTube's choking it. I'm watching.
YouTube is throttling their live streams.
Yeah,
they're throttling them. We can't do nothing about it on our end.
Nothing I can do about it. They're downplaying the quality on the video end. I noticed a bunch of my videos weren't the stats on my HD videos went like plummeting off a cliff, and I went to go look at them myself and like, what the hell's going on? I couldn't even access the HD video.
Right. In Europe, they downplayed the quality of their videos probably about 2 weeks ago, and they just started here in America. Watch it tomorrow. Watch it the next day. Hey, after you've seen it, wait till the next day and watch our video. Fun.
Yeah, he was it's called a content duplication hack, where it was literally duplicating all your parts that were in your bags, and then you applied them. So they go out and spend a little money to get one or two items, and then it would do the duplication hack. And the websites you would go get those hacks from, the reason they'll give you those hacks is because they're hacking your device at the same time. There's a reason they're not on Rogers Raiders. I am an absolute Nazi when it comes to freaking privacy. There's a reason we don't promote hacks, and because I don't want anybody to get the idea that I would do anything negative to your information when you hand it to me. I got 18,000 people over there. I don't want to disrespect that. I mean, they willingly give me their information, and I hope it's not in some naive fashion like, well, because there's nothing on Rogers Raiders that you have to log in for. All the information's open. If you log in, it's because you want to be notified of stuff. And I've got like, oh, you know what I forgot to put out? What did I do? See, I forgot to kick out. I've got the other application. When you go to Rogers Raiders, down at the bottom says, we would like to send you notifications. That pops up. I got like 1,500 people that want those kind of notifications. But again, I'm suffering from throttling. So right now, I don't want a third-party companies deciding whether or not I can work or I can't work. So that's why I wish I'd have had this stuff up and going in December when I wanted it to, instead of doing it last minute because the Corona thing hit. Because that caught us off guard.
Hey, you know what? On a lighter note, since I know this Corona thing ain't getting much better, Gun.
Uh-oh.
I think I got an idea. I think I got ourselves a special guest for next weekend.
Who's that?
Oh, we'll talk about it later. But
Oh.
everyone who's watching right now, I think they'd thoroughly enjoy it. Something to look forward to.
What am I looking for? I'm looking for. See if you guys.
Oh, we got reset here in about, what, an hour and 50 minutes, too. I always suggest for any R5s out there, any leaders of alliances, always get your registration done for UAC right at reset Sunday night. Get it done, get it out of the way. You don't have to worry about it.
Okay, I'm going to change off the Butter Nation thing. I forgot to tell everybody that if you text that number with Butter Nation, you automatically join the list. Hold
Hey,
on.
Butter Nation, buddy, Butter Nation.
The company manager.
Yeah.
Oli, is that what his name was? Something like that?
Yeah, we got to hush it right now.
Oh. He don't get
I
the
apologize, guys.
if he's in there listening right now, you don't get the sponge off me because you kind of blew me off when I was trying to help you. He's one of those he's one of them California guys I'm talking about. They don't know how to freaking talk to the public. They've given up their money freely because they've grown up and been trained in a socialist system. They don't know how to ask nicely for money or how to make it so people get carried away and spend money. But even then, I mean, if you're on the business side of the game development, you've got to realize you're building an addiction. I mean, that is your goal in life, is to build an addiction. So, you know, it's nice to talk about we want communities to work together, and I'm talking about doing that with Rogers Raiders, but I'm talking about getting a community of players that want to work together. Period. Anyway, and we talk. I don't know if it was me and Koji that were talking about this the other day. It's not in the numbers that you're talking to. It's in the numbers that you're not talking to. It's the people who don't turn around and say, "Oh yeah, that's great," or "This sucks," or it's the people who just want to quietly be in their home, relax, and be left alone. They do not represent or show up on a stat report. But if you make changes with them in mind, you can see growth based on a number that you could not see before. So, and it's called Pythagorean thinking, right? We go a squared plus b squared equals c squared. We don't know what c is, but we know what a and b are. And we're always trying to solve for c because it's our bigger number. I've done this for 20 some odd years. I've been successful at every platform I've ever been. I've been successful on, and usually the downfall of every platform is I get bored with it. And that's just the truth of the matter. Log out on devices. Hold on here, and then he's been pushing this game, but he had never even sent me the beta. I'm not going to talk about a game that I haven't seen because he's not understanding that even from the Gun Muse platform, guys go, well, we're going to send you this gun. We're going to have you review this gun. And I'm like, okay. And then when I review the gun, they go, dude, you trashed it. I'm like, okay, it's a piece of crap gun. You said it did everything in the world, and it doesn't do that. It's not a great gun. And they go, but
there is no beta yet. I've just been getting consistent updates on their process. And,
he said
it's a work in progress.
He told me there was a beta. They told me there was. That was 6 months ago. And then I said,
complications arise.
Yeah, and then I said, send me the beta. We'll talk about it. I offered them these servers that we're talking off of now. I said, look, I'll throw the beta game up there, and I'll go grab some papers in there. We'll get some real-time feedback from it. Until then, I don't know where we're going to go. I would like a game platform that I could stand behind, that I got a little part ownership in to push my form of marketing on, because we're doing, from a marketing standpoint for gaming, way different than everybody else because I'm not bullshitting the numbers. There's guys out there that go out there and they buy subscribers. It's artificial. I look at their numbers from the background and go, they're not penetrating the market. They cannot push an upward trend. They cannot turn around and be honest with the population. Even with Google throttling me, we're getting 40% of the people who subscribe that actually watch a video when I kick it out. That's an amazing number. It is 300 to 400% better than everybody else's. And I'm sitting there going, well, what's happening to the other 60%? Are people just clicking the subscribe button by accident? Is it robot traffic? What the hell's going on there? Because why subscribe if you don't want to know? So I don't know if that's winds up being cultural or robotic spam of some kind. And the number of other gaming influencers who are going into the channel and spam. I had one guy the other day that turned around and had 5 Guns of Glory's videos up on his channel. The oldest one was a week old, and he started an argument with himself and another account and didn't know that we can see that I knew he owned both accounts that he was arguing with himself on my channel with. And I get lots of gamers who come in here and promote themselves from the things, and I don't care because I've known for 20 years there's no such thing as a bear trap. You're not trapping people to watching my channel. I'm not. They can watch 100 channels. All I want them to do is if they want to know about what we're doing when we're doing it, to have the ability to come back. Google's in the process of preventing that through their throttling method. That's why we don't like net neutrality. I'm an anti-net neutrality guy. There's nothing good about net neutrality. If I can do better, I want the traffic that wants to see me. And because Fun Plus will throw money at Google, they will make the traffic dip on against us. That's how Revenge got in trouble. And I told him too. That's the problem. I told him when I said, you know you're going to go to 0 on this, right? He goes, yeah, I know. I said, okay. And the problem winds up being is he doesn't just drag himself down. He drags me down too. So when they stop showing Revenge Gamers videos, my video is not over there in the suggested list no more because there's no one seeing his. So the 30,000 subscribers he has might as well be 0 subscribers as far as I'm concerned for making people come and see what I'm doing. That's why with matter of fact, man, you know who I said this last time we went live. I need to get Esquay on here. Esqua. Yeah, I don't know what he's doing anymore. I know he was pushing another game. Lives? I'm random on the lives. Look, when I'm pushing stuff, it's about, I know that being honest is going to kick off about 35-40% of the people who listen. Honestly, but I also know that being honest gets me a bigger market share than artificially pushing something I don't believe in. I ran GunMuse's platform with 2 million searches for firearms a month, and I never once wrote an article about what a great thing this was I had in my hands at the time, simply because they gave me a $500 gun. Because it didn't matter that they gave me a $500 gun. I was making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year from the advertising, being honest with my customers who wanted to read me. So that's the platform I'm duplicating, and I promise you it's not the platform the market wants to see. Companies do not want to see their product trashed. They don't even realize, because they've never been trained, that sometimes negative comments increase traffic and growth and profit.
StarCraft 2, GOG. My gosh, man, StarCraft 2.
I just got that today. Blizzard launcher.
Yeah, the Blizzard launcher.
Started playing today.
I played StarCraft for a while, but it's. I wish the game that I wish that never took off. For some reason, I loved like Mech Warrior, and there's been a bunch of little mech games over the years. There's never been one that's been good enough to turn around and let you have dual joysticks and freaking run a mech like you're going to run a mech, from your chair. I wish that existed. It doesn't. To where you had pilot controls, to where if you wanted to set up pilot controls and play the game, you could. That would be awesome.
Bella, we do not.
No, Flawless is one of those guys that he changes friends pretty quickly. The Flawless is always kind of a treat with kid gloves kind of guy with me. I knew he was quick to react, and he had enough stats in the kingdom at the time to do damage out of emotional reaction. And I still stood up to him, and he didn't care for that. He went into the full tantrum over it. I mean, he's over there playing with the people he swore to God he would never, ever, ever play with. And some of the problems I have with the way Flawless plays is he has money. He can build troops up real quickly, and I think he just didn't feel appreciated for how much money he did spend every KVK. He wanted to be appreciated for that. And, I will tell this as a lesson for everybody. Don't play that way. No one gives a damn how much money you spent. Matter of fact, they just hate you more for it. The guys who are sucking up and being nice to you because you got great big stats, the minute you don't have great big stats, they don't care anymore. Yeah, they're that shallow. I think Roma's in here, isn't he?
What was that?
Roma's in the chat. He was earlier.
I have not noticed.
I think that was before you got on. Oh, well, the coin and spin guys. You gotta. There's a culture that I have discovered in Guns of Glories of hustlers. Those are the guys who build a lot of troops up, and they take advantage of the 3-month cycle, like I'm telling you to do. Only they act like they're not. They'll literally be up at the top of the power thing because of that troop count will mask your real stuff. And then they will show up late to KVK, and they won't lose as many troops. And while the kingdom dies off, they'll have some stuff go in the hospital, but they won't lose more than a hospital's worth. And so every 2 weeks they run this hustle, and they stay up there, and they look like they know what they're doing because they're always on top of the leaderboard, and they just don't, because they have no ability to commit. Because there's a false beard in front of it. Man, if your entire kingdom loses all their troops at once, oh man, it sucks. Enjoy the day that happens, because if everybody fought that hard that they lost their stuff, try to stop the negative people as fast as you can, and then and just point out that you had a blast, and hey, we're probably going to take the next KVK off because it's going to take us a little longer to rebuild our troops. It's okay not to show up a KVK, but kind of do it as a group and a kingdom, and stay positive about that. I mean, it's the game's not designed to lose all your troops and come back in 2 weeks. not without coining. Yeah. And that's one of the problems that I had with Flawless is Flawless would go out there and grab guys and say, "Oh, come join my mega," because Flawless didn't care if he lost all his troops. But the 10 guys in his mega couldn't afford it. And then when we still had KE, we had players that would wait till KVK were over, and then they would go kill everybody that was untagged because we were swapping players in and out of KVK. They were just killing off the kingdom. I'm like, and then what started a little inter-kingdom war one time was like, it came down to I'd had enough. And all the mouths like, you can't do squat, you're not going to do squat. We stood on them for 8 days with everybody in the kingdom hating on me. And I took the blame for it. That's where you got to be the leadership if you're going to be the leader of the alliance. The bad decisions, the negative publicity, it's all on you. Don't let it fall on the other guys. So everybody's like, "Come use, you're an ass, you're just doing this, blah, blah." Okay. But I told you, I asked you, I pleaded with you, I said I had enough. And when I tell you that the only way to deal with people that won't stop the little micro bullying because they hit and run, as a unit, you go stand on their throat.
I'm not gonna lie, Gun Muse. I would definitely be in competition for the title of asshole, if that's okay with you.
The point from that is you got to once you decide that we've had enough of that behavior in our community, your small community has got to police the entire community. You will find that alliance that has 5 or 6 assholes in it don't even know they're assholes. They're not even on enough. I mean, what was the number one complaint after day one there, Creep? Like, I don't even know why you're killing them. Why? I didn't know what they were doing. I didn't know. And we took a alliance with 100 members and 5 farms with 100 members down to 14 members in 8 days. It's like, if you're wearing that tag, you're dead. That's it. I've had enough.
I do take pride in my ability to completely and utterly level an alliance.
Yeah, don't. And this is one of these things where we wind. Everybody talks about how we get off into politics. It mirrors life, guys. If you're sitting there watching the TV, watching the news, it's like, how come this governor's telling me to stay home? They have no authority to tell you to stay home. But here's the problem. They are going to tell you in 10 years that they did have I saw Bob had the sniffles. You all go back to your house now. Oh, under the precedence that we did this once before. Well, they have no authority. It's never happened before. But until somebody gets arrested and then goes to court over it and says you cannot do that without martial law declaration, you actually have to be the guy that gets arrested and go to jail. And nobody wants to be that guy. It's the same way in game. You know they're acting like assholes. You know they're acting like bullies. You got to be the guy to go take the losses to make the community better. Here's a good example, because I'll guarantee you most of you, we'll get into a little. The state of Virginia, the governor, the Democratic governor of the state of Virginia, just announced that everyone is going to be prevented from gathering in groups greater than 10 until June 10th. You know what happens on June 9th? The Republican primary in that state. In a state where they just tried to ban all guns. It's going to wind up being the start of a civil war. That's what history dictates. I mean, as none of us are old enough to remember who got to the point of, I had enough of your shit, I'm shooting you, that started the Civil War. None of us are old enough to know that. All we know is we got taught in history books, but you know that your natural, I don't want to be a part of that. I don't want to start combat things. I'm a 5-year combat veteran. There is no one who avoids conflict more than combat veterans. I promise you. No one wants to see it resolved with words more than anybody. The second protects the first. But there's also nobody who knows more. At some point, you got to start shooting people. And I will quote Gandhi, of all people, who was pro-gun. For those who don't know, one of the famous pro-gun quotes comes from Gandhi about arming the people to suppress the British government that was shutting them down back then. So your disconnect from information and history is bad. But as you know, every one of us has probably heard that, when you don't learn history, you're doomed to repeat it. So when I'm telling you, you're disconnected from history and you're watching things play out, you might be witnessing how we wound up to a civil war right now today. Literally, 2 people out of every 700 have contracted the coronavirus, so that they can say it's a COVID death out of the 700 dying a day. And yet but for every one person who's died from corona, 100 people lost their job last month. That's 99 people who can't feed their kids. So who's the asshole? People go, oh, Trump's the guy in charge. You know what? I agree. Trump's the guy in charge. He needs to turn around and tell that doctor, go fuck himself. Yeah. Because the numbers don't add up. We're listening to a doctor, and while the media turns around and says, you guys believe in God, so therefore you don't believe in science. And it's a perfect storm of bullshit. Meanwhile, the solution to the coronavirus, guys, is solar panels. Just ask any Democrat. They want $3 trillion to make solar panels. So look at how they act. If all you hear in your news channel, since nobody can go to the airport, how the hell does CNN have an audience? Because that's like the only place anybody watches CNN is at the airport. Yeah. I don't even know how they somebody's paying their bills. But the media just asked for a bailout. New York Times wants to be bailed out because no one wants to advertise with their paper because of the crap they're pulling. People in general aren't as stupid as the media keeps saying that you are. Yeah.
Media is saying, more or less media is suggesting.
Yeah. Well, I had this vocal conversation with somebody who says, why are you out and about? I was like, did you hear the word martial law in the state of New Mexico? Well, no. I said, then that's the governor's opinion. And I don't give a shit what my governor's opinion is. And I dare a state trooper to arrest me based on the governor's opinion. Yeah. So I'm one of those guys who will get arrested, but at the same time, they will not arrest me. You have not heard of any arrests that have taken place. Because the minute they do, that person has standing to shut down and say, you can't do that. Now, it'll have to happen in each of the 46 states that are under things. Because
until martial law is enacted, all they could do is make suggestions.
Right. Now, everybody is suggesting that Trump created martial law. Trump's saying, nope, the governors are in charge. The governors are the ones screwing you over. The governor's the one telling you to stay home. State of Arkansas has...
Realistically, martial law is one of those very, very touchy. I mean, anyone who has any common sense, yes, you should be scared of martial law. Because that martial law basically suggests or tells you that, hey, your constitutional rights are nil and void.
That's the elimination of the Constitution. They're trying to suggest right now that you're under martial law. That anytime a governor says we're suspending your rights, we just said so, and you don't want. We don't even want that precedence, guys. It's if you're. I'm a student of history. That's a bad precedence. It leads to bloodshed. We're getting there.
They don't want it either, because that's how revolution happens. They don't want it.
Yeah,
I mean, they're going to try to use any word and suggestion they can to basically imply martial law without actually implying martial law.
If you're a police officer, you don't have to be on their side. even if you're in the military, at that point, look, under martial law, yes, you in the military, but if you're in the military, you're underneath Trump. You're not underneath the governor. And so if you're a reservist, you're underneath the governor. So there's a little bit of a quirky there. Well, was it Khrushchev that said in the 60s, we're going to control your children's minds? You've lost. We're going to take control of the freaking schools and we're going to control your children's minds. And ever since,
I believe it was Khrushchev.
I think it was Khrushchev. They flat out told us that they were going to take control of the schools. And they flat out told us we're going to take control of the schools. There's a good book out there called Treason, which has historical footnotes and evidence for everything that woman says that happened during Roosevelt administration. So when they went out finding communists, and when they went looking for the McCarthy hearings, and they went looking for communists in the government, the problem is they found them. And they were at the highest levels of the government, working for Russia. Should I let OG Gamer come in there? Okay, I'm going to let him in there. Just so you know, OG Gamer, YouTube flagged you. You're a known troll to YouTube. I had to authorize your comment because I'm not afraid of your words. Yeah. OG Gamer.
Ellis says, whoever controls the media controls the
That
voice.
was-
I get a gig on all that.
OG Gamer
Because
was the
realistically,
OG Gamer is the guy I was
media
talking about.
does control the mass.
OG Gamer was the 4 video uploads the other day, and then was arguing with somebody else in the same thing. YouTube flagged him. Everybody thinks they're smarter. You know, you got to put the work in. You can't just sponge off of me to spout the crap how much you hate me. What's really stupid is I actually cut a video that if you were trying to build your channel, OG Gamer, you don't do it by coming and trashing me. And that's a basic rule of business, period. If I'm selling bread and there's 5 other bakeries on the street, you do not go out there and say, those other 4 bakeries suck. Customers will not respond to that, period. 2,000-year-old rule of business, okay? And when I run a computer store downtown and I had to train all the little 20-year-olds, it was like, well, those other guys down there, they suck. I said, but you don't tell the customer that. What you do, if we don't have something right now, you said, have you gone down and seen Lance on computer? Have you gone down and checked out him? Maybe he has what you're looking for. And the minute you do that, that customer is back in the store the next day. You know why? Because we don't suck as much as he does. So, but you got to let the customer come to that conclusion. So, OG Gamer, who is out there with this little trash talk, just put out your perspective in your positive light, and you will wind up next to my videos, and people will hear what you got to say, and believe it or not, more people will actually believe the bullshit coming from your mouth. But you need to understand one thing at this point. I am the big dog when it comes to Guns of Glory. I control 40% of the keywords. You cannot get in a fight with me on YouTube and expect to have your say. Because when you did that on my channel the other day, YouTube flagged you. That tag you got right now, you're never getting shit, Bubba. I'm sorry. That just YouTube flagged you.
All I gotta say is this.
That a global pandemic that has killed 3 times more Americans than 9/11. First of all, they've already put out the stats that say that they're slapping the word COVID onto every single death. In other words, somebody like me who has, and Creep too, both of us have lung dysfunctions, all right? So I think I got COVID back in November. I went to the emergency room twice. All the symptoms, lost my smell, my taste, the whole 9 yards. This has been around a lot longer. Plus, I know enough about math that when I looked at the models that they put out, that this can't have happened in one season. This has to have been at least season 3 of this disease. And this is a known engineered disease. And the reason it was engineered was to build up a herd immunity against the other COVID. Remember, this is COVID-19. You also got to remember that I say you got to remember, we talked about it in one of the previous live chats about the Chinese, before this outbreak started, about the Chinese guy who got caught with vials of virus in his socks coming out of Harvard. I think this is like December we were talking about this. That's what we're talking about that supposedly got released, that they're blaming the U.S. military for. Do I believe that Italy is having a death rate that's spiraling out of control? Yes. And the reason is because of the culture again. What do Italians do? Mwah, mwah. They exchange saliva. They share food. They eat with their hands. Do I think that the older generation? Yeah, it was a freaking. But here's the part about Italy that the news isn't telling you. When the economy went down in 2008, China walked in there and bought most of the businesses in Italy. The number one flight point from Shenzhen, China, to the rest of the world was Italy. That's why Italy exploded so fast. The anomaly in all this stuff is why California didn't. And there's enough empirical evidence that California actually did go through this, but it was in November and December. So why did I go through it in November? My wife was in California, in the LA airport, 9 times flying back and forth for training. I think she gave it to me. I went in the hospital twice because I am a little more susceptible. It wasn't a leak, it was stolen. It's not as dangerous as everybody else is. They're comparing testing numbers to death numbers. Well, the death number is an absolute number. We know 4,000 people. All right. Only 300,000 been tested, not 300 million. So you don't know what the percentage is. But even with what they tested versus what the death rate, we're down under 1% right now, 0.7%, something like that. It's stupid low. And that's with false reporting, because you have to remember, we were talking about early in this thing that Obamacare, the portions of Obamacare that are still in effect, medical device taxes. So now all these hospitals are looking for free gowns, free gloves, free masks, all this stuff that they didn't want to stockpile. They're yelling virus, 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 virus. Meanwhile, some of these guys are calling in going, I don't know why my hospital administrator was on the news saying we're overwhelmed. Says we got like 4 people in a bed. The hospital ship Comfort is sitting in New York. 1,000 beds. There are 20 people in it. Meanwhile, the governor of the state is building morgues out of tents out front of the hospitals. There's nobody in those morgues, but he's telling everybody we're going to stack people up like cordwood. We're going to have no place to put them. We're going to have to throw them out there on the street. While $2 trillion is being spent, you cannot believe everything you're seeing in the news. Look at the reality. 700 people a day are dying in California. 2 of them are contributed to coronavirus. For every death in California for coronavirus, 100 people are losing their jobs. The political solution of this is let's give everybody a check every month. Well, that's $6 trillion. That was the number one Democratic platform running for president. Everybody should get a free check every month. universal income, right? Well, now we're just calling it a coronavirus stimulus package. All we did was change the label and slap the Democratic plan on top of it. Didn't cure anything. The reality is government cannot control anything unless there's a law against it. And I don't want to say Obamacare started it, because it actually started with Hillary Care in '96. You've lost your property rights when it comes to health care. If the government provides you health care, the state can come in and seize your property. You guys got to realize this is not a short game with these people. It's 20 years. So stay at home because your neighbor has a cold. Don't go to work. This is not lives versus death. This is lives versus lives. This person gets to go to work and feed their family. This person does not. The government does not have that capability to say that, but they've effectively pulled it off. So it's not a matter of what I believe. You know, the reality is people die. A virus could come through and wipe out 80% of the population tomorrow. Isn't that the modeling in the pandemic? So why is 0.1% the reason everybody should die from starvation? Is the reason that people need to go. You have to remember when it took a worldwide pandemic, a sequester of everybody from their jobs, to bring us back down to where Obama's highest point in the stock market has ever been. It literally took everybody on the planet to an agreeing to stop doing business to bring us down to the best days that the number one socialist ever elected to the government ever had. There's no better day than December in 2008. And we just now got down to that number because of this mess. If you want to see what socialism looks like, you're witnessing the United States. We're practicing it. And they're calling it capitalism and telling everybody we need more socialism to fix the capitalist problem of putting socialism in place. So, they've got better than that. David, when you go to the doctor and you say, "Oh, I got a cough, a cold disease," they got this machine that they put blood in, and they can tell you in 5 minutes what you got. The company that makes that machine just did a software update. They're going to be able to tell you in 5 minutes. The problem winds up being is if the blood tests positive for COVID, no matter what you died from, you had COVID. If you die at the age of 95 from lung cancer and you smoked a cigarette sometime in your life, you died from smoking. That's the way they report that crap. If you die from COVID while smoking every day of your life for 70 years, why, you died from COVID, right? My mom's got lung problems, and me and my dad sit there and we talk about that stuff. My mom's still sneaking a pack of cigarettes a day, like we don't know. Okay, so she's 70 years old. She's not gonna stop. But if she got COVID tomorrow, the COVID's just disease number 1001 that can kill her because of her behavior, because of her at risk. So when we were talking about how the game is doing this stuff and it mirrors life, marketing and bullshit, guys. Don't believe the marketing and bullshit that you're seeing. Somebody's trying to make money. For all you guys, the Americans out there, we have doubled the national.
Left your channel. User joined your channel.
We have doubled the national debt every 4 years for 200 years, except the last 3 years. Instead of going from 20 trillion to 40 trillion, which is where we should be at right now if we'd have just stayed on the trajectory, we went from 20 trillion to 22. And the minute they yelled the word crisis, they literally spent all the money that Trump had saved. But because the Government Accounting Office doesn't do that math yet, no one's come out and told you we saved $18 trillion that we normally would have spent. They literally took it back, shoved it into the Federal Reserve, and are kicking it out to you guys in a check. that $2 trillion is $16 trillion by the time the Federal Reserve gets done with it.
What's up?
I think the market even is, first of all, define a pandemic. When does 1% become a pandemic? The Mars killed 18%. Was that a pandemic in the year 2009? How come you don't know that 1,000 people died before Barack Obama actually said something? And then you know what he
I
did?
believe it's actually 1.5% before. I mean, 1.5% is the generalized standard before declaring some sort of a quarantine. Meaning, 1.5% of a population needs to be, I guess, in a situation in which a quarantine is decided.
The model that was put out that said 200,000 Americans are going to be dead in a month, they just turned around and said, oh, well, we kind of put bullshit into that model. But the number's out there. So when you say, am I really naive? The naive part of it is, can you not acknowledge the fact that the guy who turned around and told you you're going to die tomorrow probably didn't do his homework? Because when you looked at his model was, if nobody did anything and then basically everybody went over and licked everybody else in the face, 200,000 people are going to die. That's basically what his model came down to be. But because they started social isolation in January, you couldn't even spread this thing. And again, the number of people under 50 that can even be hurt from this, there's been one death under 50 in the United States. Guys, you have to have to tell you that you died from a lung problem when you had lung problems before you got sick. You can't separate the two. That's you wanting to use this situation to further an agenda that you already had. Yeah, that's right. The professor from Harvard. No, now the Chinese guy's not the professor. No, well, the professor was a Chinese guy, but there were two of them, though. Bella, your models are only as good as the data you put in. But when you go off the first model of 200,000, then you add one piece of data and the factor changes 50 times to the positive, then the model is so volatile that you shouldn't even be basing things on that model. That's math. That's not politics on that. If I say 200,000 and all of a sudden it drops down to 4,000 because I changed one factor, that's a volatile model. No one should have been listening to it. And what happens when you add other things into the model? There was a Chinese professor too. There were 4 people arrested in conjunction with this back in January. And that's why Trump's not making decisions all on his own. He's taking the information that they're giving him and he's making the best possible choice for it. Trump's under the belief that he has built up an economy so strong that the minute we get this crap out of the fear factor portion of it and start implementing some herd immunity, I'm afraid that right now, because of the way that one party is acting, that Trump's fear is how they will abuse during an election year the real information. Hospitals are not full right now. For some reason, no one's told anybody that, Governor Cuomo, who's bitching about not having ventilators, he was given the opportunity to buy 28,000 ventilators 2 years ago at a substantial government discount. Instead, he spent the money on solar panels. And then turned around and said Trump's not doing enough. And Trump's at least had the nerve to say, look, we looked at the numbers. You may be going out the news and saying I need 40,000 ventilators tomorrow, but you only have 20 people in the hospital ship that holds 1,000 beds. You're not even using the ventilators in that one hospital. The well, COVID-19 was an immunity shot to SARS, and it actually looks like it might actually work for that. You cannot have, and it's also the engineering aspect of it was to combat the flu. You can't have a virus and a bacteria at the infection at the same time. When one swells a cell, the other one can't infect it. I tell you, the numbers, they'll drag their feet getting the numbers out. The big benefit from this is we've gotten kids sitting at home right now whose moms are slapping their hands because they're touching their face. There's going to be an entire generation that overreacts to washing their hands, touching surfaces, things like that. And things like the flu are going to spread at a drastically slower rate. And the flu's killing 30,000 people a month right now. So the flu's still outrunning COVID for deaths per day. For some reason, that's not on the news. But the same thing that we're teaching the kids is going to have, think about the exponentially long-term benefit to a shorter flu season. You know, everybody keeps talking about COVID, but all these practices for all these other diseases, all this this implementation where these companies like Pizza Hut had, all of a sudden my guy at McDonald's wearing gloves. Why the fuck wasn't he wearing them before? You know, measures implemented by Trump, but you don't know that, Nightmare. There's the 1%. There's actually no way to, because the reality is the math. Every virus has what's called a doubling rate, and if you started in January 21st when they did the first lockdown of social isolation, where the rate was already what it was, when we only had one person tested positive for COVID. Let me tell you about the one person tested positive for COVID. With what COVID test? There was no COVID test to test that person positive for COVID. Then we had the 40 people who died in a nursing home in California, all within a week. Again, there was no test for that at the time. That was just reported. Based on symptoms, which are standard cold and flu symptoms. You got to separate the facts from the marketing and bullshit. Is it dangerous? It's more dangerous for me than it is for you. You hear me coughing and lunging up and stuff. It's so don't think I take it lightly. But when I work on people's hardwares, I got spray cleaner around here. I spray down keyboards, I spray down screens, and I get customers to go, "Oh, why are you doing that?" And I said, "Because people pick their nose and they wipe their ass, they pick their ass, and then they touch their keyboards." You know, I've done that for years. People are nasty. You're talking about denastifying the public on a mass scale. Could you ask for a better president at the time than a guy that's a germaphobe? The guy had to teach himself how to shake people's hands when he became president because he's a germaphobe.
My entire family, except for me, seem to be throwing up right now.
Got a little flu going around?
I don't know, because I'm the only one not throwing up, so I might have something to do with the smoothie my wife made a few hours ago. I'm the only one who didn't drink it.
Drink more vodka.
Yeah, that was killing everything else too.
No.
One more.
One more vodka.
No, I promise no more tonight because everyone's sick now.
Look, yeah, now you got to make runs to the store.
I just made them chicken noodle soup and gave them butter and shit, and they're going to sleep soon.
I've built a rather impressive pyramid on my desk.
Yeah, SARS and MARS. I mean, they had a MARS outbreak in Indiana. For those who don't know why the vice presidents in charge of this. Under Obama, there was a MARS outbreak, which killed 30% of the people infected in Indiana. And the model that the health industry uses to suppress the spread of diseases is based off our vice president's response to that because it was so effective. So you got to get around the marketing and bullshit and look what people. There's a reason the guy's in charge. It ain't because he just happened to be the vice president. He's already dealt with this thing before. A much worse thing. This is easy. But I couldn't believe, what was it, in 2013? We had Ebola break out in freaking Dallas. They sent the person home and told them on 911, go get some Clorox. Ebola liquefies your body. I mean, you become a big puddle of goo. Yeah, give the kids some vodka, man. Maybe it'll clear up that. And
I'm so far behind. I haven't been paying attention. I didn't realize it was Farm Construction Day where they're giving away silver if you use all your speed ups.
I did use all my speed ups. Yeah.
On your main, I mean on my farms. Like this is when I get all kinds of extra silver and shit for my farms.
Oh. Yesterday I maxed out that where it gave out the vampire things. I actually got some good rewards out of the vampire things. The vampire horde. Because I got
nice.
I burned over. TK can come in right now. Come on in, TK.
He's shy.
Yeah. You get over eventually. What's hard for me to do videos one-on-one is I, in the military, I did crap loads of trainings. So you're standing in front of 50, 60 people all the time. And when you're doing it in front of the camera, it's not you versus a crowd, but you'll talk about, hey, you guys, this thing, and you'll talk in crowd speak. But when you're doing the one-on-one videos, you need to talk one-on-one with the person because they're home alone in their house. So you need to recognize that. WrestleMania night.
Oh, don't get me started on wrestling.
Yeah. Do we do the chair pile-up video in there or something?
Sure.
I don't even know where that's at. So we just did reset. So you're saying today is when we get all the speed up uses, huh?
Okay, my wife's calling me again.
Yeah.
Take care of the family. Yeah. So, I mean, Nightmare, I mean, I'm not trying to contradict what you're saying. I'm just saying that I don't think you can't even listen to Fox News. Fox News is no longer a bastion of information. The only positive feature to Fox News is they let the president speak without being filtered by somebody who hates him. So if you're going to hate the president, watch Fox News, listen to what he says, and then if you hate him, hate him. But don't watch something else where somebody else tells you what you should hate about him. The problem with that the liberals are having right now is Trump's ratings are going up, and that's because everybody's at home and they get to watch him do his stuff during the day, when normally they come home from work and they get the edited version of what he said during the day. And all of a sudden they're going, well, damn, he's not so dumb. Like, yeah. He's trying to let the CDC do its job, and at the same time, the CDC is saying stupid things like, well, chloroquine is not been tested with this virus. Well, chloroquine has been tested in the human body for 60 years. Its side effects are known. We know what it will and will not do to the body, period. If people are getting well because they're taking it, great. Honestly, I think they're going to get better whether they take it or not, to be fact. The thing that's made me feel the best is a Z-Pack, and that's one of those things where they're trying to prevent people from getting a Z-Pack because they keep saying, well, viruses aren't cured with Z-Packs, but
I'll tell you right now, it damn sure makes me feel better. John Cena. Oh my gosh. Erythromycin. Yeah. Good Canadian wrestlers. Man, there's something about Canada, man. Lots of actors, lots of musicians. Yeah. Oh, I'm going to go over here and collect my damn speed ups. Wait a minute. I thought reset just came in.
No, we got about 54 minutes before reset.
Oh, time change. That's right. Okay. Oh, well.
I'm almost out of beer.
I got one left. Yeah. Man.
I got 4 left.
Metronome, you say politicians? It's not politicians. They're lawyers. And I've done this where we've done trainings with people before. Where I was like, would you take your car down to have your lawyer change your oil? And they go, well, no. Then why would you let them write a regulation on what kind of oil goes in your car? You know, they're just people who went to school thinking they were going to get free money from just doing nothing but talking. And you got to understand the type of mindset that went into that. And I do the same thing with teachers. You know, a teacher walks up and says, well, teachers don't make good money. Now, there's not a person in this chat right now who hadn't heard how little a teacher makes. But if you hear that a teacher doesn't make money for 12 years while you're in school, then you go to college, go $200,000 in debt to get a teaching degree, to go get a teaching job, and then turn around and tell the kids you're teaching, you know, teachers don't make money. I don't think your learning grasp is that great that it took you 16 years to figure out the paycheck sucked. You couldn't believe what other people were telling you. That's why teaching used to be a secondary job for housewives.
I'd be a bad teacher.
Listen to the medical professionals say what? The doctor standing in front of Trump has turned around and told everybody that the models are bullshit. They just don't cut that out and put it on the freaking news. He has said that. You got to watch it live. That's why I said you can't go through the filters, guys. Go watch the guy. And that doctor is a liberal freaking hack, has been for a long time. Right? The pizza guy shows up.
You know, I actually spent a good period of my life managing various Domino's pizzas. I don't miss it.
Yeah. So when you say that, like Metro, when you say like they're like, well, why wouldn't you listen to better? Listen to say what? I'm well aware of what can kill me, and the coronavirus way down on the list. So while you guys are all, I'm living on the southern border. Antibiotic-resistant tuberculosis is spreading around here because we allow every Mexican from the planet who's never had a shot a day in their life to run across the border. And here in New Mexico, we hand them an EBT card to get free food, free housing, free welfare. So you didn't seem so concerned with my health before, and then now you're wondering why I don't give a damn what your opinion on what's going on now is, when I had to be concerned with my health for years now. So I'm an at-risk person, but I'm at risk from thousands of diseases. Not this one is, who cares? This one's so hard to contract, and it's so mild. It hurt when I got it.
I think TK is going to give me his login so I can watch that WrestleMania.
What are they playing it on?
I have no clue. I don't follow it like I used to.
You gonna ding one of those mines?
Thinking about it.
Don't mind me, I'm just taking a rip off my beer.
I came back just in time to hear that.
One more
One
round.
more, Koji. One more.
No, I have my good drunk left. I'm gonna hold for now.
Last night you said you were getting drunk tonight.
I did, but instead I got drunk last night, and now I have duties.
Yeah, but while you were drunk last night, you said you were getting drunk tonight.
Oh, for sure. I planned on getting all three of us having a drinking party on this bloody TeamSpeak and just good times, but shit's changed now.
Feel free to spam that guy back.
If anyone sees Koji in the mines, feel free to hit him.
You know what I'm going to have to do? I'm going to have to swap these screens from left to right so that when notifications come up, they don't pop up on screen. I got a spinning wheel right now. I don't know that we're alive.
You shot who in the what now?
I got a spinning wheel. Oh, there we go. Yeah, yeah, my health's so shit. These are like the least of my problems.
Give me a second, Greg. I'll have to look on that. I've been focusing on 10 different things at once here.
Sorry, I was driving. Probably, maybe not. Oh, it's not showing me any video showing across on my screen there. It's showing the little video, but not the big video.
Greg, White Wolf. All right, I see your question here. Kingdom
Oh.
455. Greg is asking, how many C-26s do you need to best one C-40? That is a loaded question.
Greg, we're going to figure that out at some point. That's in the back of my mind, building a Twink Alliance, where the biggest Casio be allowed to be in the alliance. The biggest Casio you'll be allowed to have is a C-29. We won't even let you go to C-30. And
I mean, there's so many different angles you could attack a question like that. For example, I mean, how big are the stats on a C-26? I mean, I've seen a Castle C-26, 27, 28, 29 with massive stats. I mean, huge stats. I mean, I've seen C-40s with massive stats. It comes down to, I mean, stats, troop count. I mean, taking advantage of a situation like strategy. Is the C-40, is his airship home? Does he have a beacon on? I mean, so many things come into play. Can it be done? Absolutely.
yeah, that's one of those things where, as we build up the community over there, doing that, because what would you think? We're going to find out here shortly. Like if we went to an older kingdom and everybody built a C-29 just so that we could do like UACs and freaking KVKs with nothing but C-29s. But with high, that'd be kind of fun, just to pepper on people.
Each troop tier is about, like, I feel like I don't know what the exact math is, but when you get, just from Musketeer Fort, when I went from C-34 to C-35, the difference that I could take out just from getting that extra troop tier and the difference in my defense, I'm trying to factor in how much that would be for 3 whole troop tiers above T.
Right. And then, you got your March cap size. But I firmly believe there is an advantage to somebody who hadn't turned C-30 yet. The last time we had overwhelming power over somebody when you're punching up to C-35s, my C-29 would beat up C-35s better than my C-30 would. And I thought, wow, it must be the T10s that are in there. I'll just go back to my T9 marches, and that wasn't enough. I think there's some type of game leveling mechanic that's built into the game in there somewhere.
Gun, I could kind of explain that right there. I mean, a C29, your top tier is T9. A C35 is top tier is T11. Both of those are attacking tiers, and many people always believe in stacking your top tier.
Maybe.
Which, I mean, if you're throwing T9's attack at a C35 that has T11's playing defense, I don't see how you wouldn't come out on top. Especially if they're extremely top heavy. T11s are strong for attack.
Well, no one shouldn't participate. That's bullshit in itself. I can tell you right now, T8s are powerful defense. So,
Oh, absolutely.
so see, I'm not talking about bullshit. I'm reading what Greg said, where they said in C30s. But Greg, what you're doing is you're arguing with people that say 10's bigger than 8. And you can't argue that 10's not bigger than 8, but you can't. There's 81 different calculations that take place in there, and I can promise you, a guy who has T8s as his top tiers and sends a march over into a tower is sending a lot of T8s, and it's freaking pretty powerful because he's underneath the mega. His T8s are as strong as whoever's megaing the tower, minus damage. But because T8s are good defensive tier, the tower's going to take more damage because he's a T8 stacker. I mean, you don't want to go in there with all of them, but you don't want to isolate them. So now you're taking somebody that's going to take 4 extra weeks to get their T9s, or then to get their T10s. You're telling them just don't show up. You're telling them not to play the game, and that gets into that. How much business you're going to have when you shut down all business? Isn't that the discussion we were just having? You're literally creating the virus that's killing your productivity. Like I said, there's mirrors to what we're saying and doing in game, out of game. It's the reaction to how you're reacting to the graphics is not much different than how people are acting in real life. It's a thought process. It's not a thought. Oh, yeah. See, Greg, I mean, that's exactly what I said. You run off everybody. But if you have all those lower guys that you're not bringing in, you can't just leave them hanging in the wind. It's like, oh, it sucks. You got to get bigger. Getting bigger is not getting better. If you're getting all a bunch of C30s, you still have to have your tower leaders. What we figure out last year, Creep, was it like you needed 6 pointers to start being strategically competitive, but then almost 80 guys have got to be moving under those coiners in a fluid movement. It ain't just show up and shove it into the tower.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I mean, I've said this again and again and again. Even on just this stream alone, everybody has a part. Every tier, every troop has a role. I mean, you can involve everyone into a KVK. I mean, sometimes, yes, limited space is a problem. But if you got a guy coming around with a C26 and he's got a load of T9s, that's it. I mean, if you're going to launch a mega rally, he's going to be an asset.
Yeah.
Same with C35s that got T11s. Now, when it comes to C30s and C40s that got maybe more T10s and more T12s, which are defense-based troops, too, jumping into Mega Garrison. I mean, I suggest you utilize everyone.
Yeah.
As long as they throw a proper march in.
Like I said, it takes time to put the marches up, but I mean, we've got balanced march now. So the calculators are going to change. We're going to double the number of calculators because we're going to have an offensive and a defensive march because they need to be built differently. And as the game gets more and more strategic, we can add more and more information onto it. But there's a lot going on in the game. There's a lot more there than what people realize.
I mean, and it's sad to say there's a lot of people that just won't open their eyes to strategy and statistics. And sad to say, I mean, I still use this method to this day. You just got to kind of introduce School of Hard Knocks. If they don't want to listen, let them take their losses. And when their losses become public, point that out. Let people know. Say, hey, look here, look there. That's what happens.
The little kingdom trolls that are coming in here mouthing off today. This started in 312. This started when Trick said, "Oh, you need 50% infantry in your march." There were no war books back then. It was the dumbest march you ever seen, and it got people killed. Whereas I was building the first calculator. I was, as a C-30, soloing towers that rallies didn't kill. Which started the proof that march formations worked.
I pushed march formations day one of this damn kingdom.
Greg, I would suggest that you don't say the words work together. That dictates harmony, but working as a unit is key. They don't have to like you. They just got to do what needs to be done to get for the win light. The KVK, all the mouth and crap that goes on KC, you got to, if you watched the video before where I popped up where the #1 searches for Guns of Glory are, they also are the meth hotspots in the world. Meth users will always be offended anytime that they don't understand. They think the whole world's against them. It's just the way they are. Are we in Butter Nation again?
Where is Butter Nation?
So use the phrase work as a unit. Don't try and work together. Don't try and be polite. All I need you to do is show up and not screw us over. Unfortunately, that's a challenge for some people. They're so intent on proving you wrong that they create the problem that does it. Yeah. Work together sounds like you're gonna be polite and cooperate. You don't want polite cooperation. You do want to kick ideas back and forth, but you got to come to a consensus to what you're going to do. And even if you're the one that doesn't agree with the plan, then we execute the plan. The problem you got to look out for is you execute Billy Bob's bad plan. It fails spectacularly. 2 weeks later, for some reason, Billy Bob's bad plan is the same plan that we're going to execute this week. The game needs to be learning the micro tactics so that you can deploy a toolbox of stuff. The last 6 months of last year, our kingdom turned into stats versus stat, and that's boring as shit. I don't want to log on and sit in a tower for 8 hours. That's boring.
Odd Rod.
Tickle
Embrace the gutter, butter. That guy's a riot. Damn, Brett.
He's over in HEH. I can't believe it's not Butter Nation. There's Winter. I can't believe it's not Butter Nation.
Sorry, I'm trying to rush this last bit out on these fucking farms.
I can't believe it's not Butter Nation.
From the event today, if you get up to 150,000 speed ups used or speed up hours used, you get 4.2 million silver out of it.
Yeah, I'm gonna show mine. Green check marks all the way down.
That's on your main though. I'm doing it on my farms.
I'm telling you, to get the 200,000 speed up minutes used, it took a lot of speed ups. But I got 2 war books out of the deal. That was what was key for me. I wound up with enough war books to make 2 more war books out of it. So I got damage stats out of the deal. So that's why I was doing it now, was to get the damage stats out of it.
The only other place I really accrue war books regularly is Musketeer Fort. Do it religiously every day, but
A boot? Yeah.
fuck off.
Everybody drink when we says a boot. Ba-da-da-da-bum.
Greg, that's a great idea. I'm down with that.
Yeah. Nothing better to do, right? Yeah.
I love you, Koji.
It's the stomping feet upstairs I hear. My kids out of bed running around, or my wife running to the toilet. That's why she called me up. I went up and she was praying to the porcelain god, and the kids were running amok.
You just hope that not everybody's racing for the same toilet at the same time.
All right, look out. You better drink. Oh.
I'm just hoping it was the smoothie. I'm the only one who didn't drink it.
I heard in a boot.
Yeah. Damn Canadians with their big flapping heads.
I take that as a compliment.
Blame Canada. That was the first trolling controversy that I had, because I had the Cartman, video up there like the first year, and one of those guys went and reported it, and then Sony gave me permission to use it, and I think that's where it's like, is where they it became a challenge to figure out how they could screw with what I was doing. Because the very first troll problem I had to deal with was the Cartman video. Master's got me working. Oh, my horn? No, I spent 18 hours yesterday farming farms. It took me 18 hours to get enough RSS off my farms to get my C39 cooking. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
And now it's just speed ups for you, because you're going to be C40 soon enough.
Speed ups is all I'm looking for now, yeah. Yeah.
It's just the slow accrual of badges for me, usually, so because I'm doing everything free and just trying to grind shit out. So basically, I was lucky last event. I went from 35 to 37 because I got 2,000 badges, but that's not usual.
I got to do the academy. My academy's still 35, so I'm gonna have to do while the castle's cooking, I'm gonna be the first set of speed ups is getting out. I wish I hadn't a damn. You know what? I guess I could cancel it, couldn't I? You can cancel a research that's going.
It's a bit of a pain doing academy, even though it doesn't give you any new things to buy after 35.
Right.
Could be worse though. Could be your archery foundry.
Hold on, I'm gonna walk away from my
I don't
computer
know what
for a minute.
happened
You
to
guys
that
are-
shut up.
I'm gonna walk away for a minute.
All right, let's hijack this podcast. 3. Sorry, I'm not.
You.
Everyone in the
Oh,
house
shit,
is
I
throwing
must
up,
be
and I'm
slacking
hungry.
Here, hold on. I apologize. This one's for you, Koji.
Well done.
I'm almost out of beer.
I still have half a 40 of vodka, but I'm not drinking any more tonight.
Amateur. All right, Adrenaline Junkie. Give me a question. I'm bored. What do you got? What do you got? Lay it on me. Come on now. You know, actually, earlier
You want a
today,
question?
Earlier today, I was compared to Sam Elliott. I don't know how. I don't know why. I was compared to Sam Elliott.
All right. My gosh.
Steve Garrett voice from the double.
Hijack
Oh, I
away.
love the Double Deuce. I want to drink at the Double Deuce.
What, in Kansas City?
No, we're going back to Roadhouse days.
That's outside Kansas City's where that bar is. I know where that bar is.
It's a real bar?
Yeah, that's a real bar.
I've been there and I've lived in fucking Kansas.
That's a real bar just outside Kansas City.
I can imagine after that movie came out, people are like, all right, let's start a fight at the Double Deuce.
That was a great movie. I love that movie.
The worst
One of the best.
bar brawl I was ever in was about 5 hours long. It was in Guam, and it's a bar called the Jungle. It literally had chain link link fence for walls and concrete tables on the inside. And the Marines and the sailors, we got into a brawl, and the cops were coming in there and they're dragging people out and they're throwing them on the bus to take them back for the shore patrol to have them arrested. But the bus they were throwing them on was SEAL Team 3's bus, and they were driving around the block and dumping them out the backside, and they're walking in the back of the bar to continue fighting. Later that night, SEAL Team 3 stole a flatbed pickup with a winch on it, and during World War II, one of those Japanese midget subs had beached there in Guam. They had literally winched up this Japanese midget sub that was a war relic on the beach, put it on board the flatbed, and was bringing it back to the ship as a freaking, just like you pick something up to bring home. We had caused so much havoc in Guam that a hurricane hit there 5 days before, and we did more damage than the hurricane did. And the Navy got confined to its vessels for 6 months after we spent 1 day in Guam back in 1992. No Navy sailor was allowed off their ship for 6 months after we were there. But to be fair, we just spent 10 months in combat. To be
Gun news. I got a question in Q&A just for you.
What's that?
It's a bit personal. Bipolar Bear would like to know, what rank were you in the Navy?
I'm a petty officer, 3rd class, 2 times. My last 2 years in the military, I actually worked for the Marine Corps. I spent 5 years on the same ship. I watched 3 captains, 3 crew changes. Every officer on board that ship changed 3 times. I was required personnel to get underway. And in order to keep me there the last 2 years, they transferred me to the Marine Corps, and I never left my rack. I was in the same bed for 5 years. Needless to say, my attitude was less than stellar come year 5. And the only thing, I agreed that I would get 1 tour in Operation Deep Freeze. That's where you get to go spend the winter in Antarctica solo to man the ice stations down there. You got to be an expert in fluid mechanics, electronics, survival. I was certified for doing it. And back
John
then,
Carpenter's The Thing.
yeah, but
My
that's-
VPN
but
says I'm in Antarctica.
But back then, if you got that on your resume, you could go anywhere you wanted. And so I wanted that on my resume, and I worked that deal because I was the JOTS guy, the Joint Operational Tactical System. I developed the computer interface between the on-ship stuff and the satellite interface upgrades that we, I literally the little dots on the ground that you see on the movies. I built those dots, and then I spent 3 tours in Somalia. I did 2 in Iraq. I did 1 rotation in Rwanda. I've been to 27 countries.
There you go.
I can tell.
Hey,
I can tell sea stories all day long. I tell people.
Everyone, let's get a thank you for gun news.
No. I tell people. I said, don't do the thank you for service people, guys. Not just for me, but for everybody. Thank you in the English language is how you end a conversation. You are literally telling people, I'm done talking to you when you say thank you.
All right, everyone, let's get a big go fuck you.
There you go. See, that actually works better. But I mean, it's one of those things. The thank you to our veterans was a political campaign put out by the Clintons. It is a way to misuse the language to say I'm done talking to you. It's just something that sticks with me. The veterans that when we do the veteran stuff like that, they get it. Because anybody that joined the military to be thanked by random strangers is usually not a person other veterans like to be hanging around anyway.
Well, they don't call me an asshole for no reason.
Well, because of the events, Bella, what you want to do is you want to push everything up to 34. I'm sorry. When you want to use the events to get everything to 34, but don't go to 35 until you have everything to 34 using those events. That will save you the most resources. The minute you turn 35, you can't use that 50% off buff anymore. So stop yourself at 34 until you get all those buildings cut out.
Max yourself at 34. Max yourself at 34 before you use that event to pop 35.
Take it from me, I didn't do it. Now I regret it.
Yeah, I regret it.
Likewise.
Yeah. It cost me an extra 3,000 badges that I could have saved if I'd have listened to the advice I just gave you.
If you time it right as a C30, you can stockpile your badges, use that event to get to 35 and have the badges for 40 afterwards.
Greg's talking about an article I got on there. I do have an article that tells you what order to level your buildings in so that as you're growing, you get max damage. I wrote that like a year ago, I think. Probably put a new video up for the old article. The article's still valid, relevant, but the graphics need to be updated.
All right, now I'm intrigued. We got a guy on here called Truck Driver, and I got to acknowledge it just because of his name. Being a truck driver myself. He asks, is it worth buying the research gen still? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, there's people that say research isn't worth it, but there is research that is worth it.
March cap, which is the most expensive of the researches.
I mean, coming in the angle of airship, I'd never push March cap first with airship because every single other ability is much more valuable. But in regards to research, absolutely, March cap. You get your money back from just the resources. You really, really do. The earlier you get, the better.
I feel bad for the people who bought Scholar Stones back in the day, and then the Savant Stones came out.
Oh, that pissed me off.
Fuck you, Koji.
Yeah, the $5 stones were better than my $100 stones. That pissed me off.
Well, the thing with Scholar Stones, the Scholar Stones in the early days, you were able to upgrade them. So the $5 set, you invest $20 into them, boom, they're level 3, worth it. But then the came out, the $5 stones were better than the level 3 of the previous.
I inherited sequence.
I don't spend much on this game, but that's one thing I did.
Building gear, research stones, and catacombs.
Greg, there's got to be an alliance that is getting all 6 of their chests and doing banners. You know, if you're having to if you got an old castle that you're trying to get, do an alliance hop just to get the chests open, where you donate a whole bunch of research and get the chest open.
I think it'd be a good time to promote your deal again there on news about that castle giveaway.
Oh,
We'll have an open spot in our alliance under
yep.
our wings.
Giving away a castle with splendor. All right. We're going to, in Kingdom 362, I'm going to give away a castle with splendor this month, guys, at the first of the month. All you got to be is one of the platinum members. So $100 gear, and you get a castle. Nothing says you got to maintain it. You maintain it forever. You know, it may be only.
You will be in a 20 billion plus power alliance. I will ensure you a spot under our alliance.
Yeah, so the alliance has got 20 billion power, and then you'll have splendor gear, so you'll be able to shoot all the way up to 35 at. I think it was free with the 50% discount, like the 32 or 33, wasn't it? It was damn near that.
You play, and if you're active, you will shoot up in castle level. You will have the resources at your disposal. You'll have the knowledge at your disposal. It is a very, very, very good deal.
I'm not telling you what level the castle is because I don't want it to get banned. Marshall. It's not low level. Travel King's over here burning 200 gold to say, fuck, I don't have gold left. Yeah, to level my walls, I was out of speed up, so I had to gold buy my walls last night. It cost me 60,000 gold to gold buy my walls.
I'd shoot fucking people in the foot. Like, I want just to have 60,000 gold.
Thank you, TK, for that announcement there.
The platinum membership's a $24, and all you got to do is have it towards the end of this month. You don't have to renew it, but that's kind of a reward for those guys. I've got a bunch of people who are already platinum members, and I got people that I know. I've got other castles that I'm going to give away that are good castles, so that you can come play. And it's one of those things where if you have Castle of Two Kingdoms, at the very least, you get to come play with a core group that plays rough and tough. And like I said earlier, that it's not a matter that we go in there and we win. It's how we react when things are going bad. That's more important than overwhelming somebody. I promise you, overwhelming another alliance gets pretty bored. You start feeling bad for them at some point. Yeah, we've done that. We've done that where we've turned around during UAC, where we've given people towers so that their players could get their loot, because we dominated them so badly during that UAC. Spirit crushing.
2 UACs ago, we had all the treasure.
I don't. I play ruthless.
It's the first time I've ever seen it. Just 2 or 3 UACs ago, we had all the treasure. Every tower was at 30,000.
Yeah.
I'll burn a C5 if it's in my way.
You'll burn a C5 if it's just next to you. Well, so will I. It's just that's how it is. Kill everything that can send reinforcements, right?
Well, you get to see, you get to be a part of that forever. I mean, that's once we give you the castle, it's your
Hey.
castle. It's not a temporary castle.
Greg, thank you, Greg.
Woohoo! There you go, Greg. Yeah. When I start giving away the other castles for you guys in the gold membership, I'm gonna do some of that. I've got some. I think everything's got building gear. There's not a castle that I'm giving away that isn't Catacomb 8 already. I mean, they're self-sufficient castles. They really are. If you just start playing them, they play them. The castle's got Sun King on it. So you got to start upgrading your gear and stuff. But I think it's all bannered up and all the buildings are at its max level. And the guards, that's depends on how your castle's stacked up. I use a different setup than most people do. Uh-oh. Come here. I use it. There's Koji uses one with what, an infantry boss. Come here, Leroy.
Which guards are we talking? Oh, on the wall. Yeah, I use.
Oh, sorry.
I'm not Anne. I use Anne and I use Kitty usually. They both give infantry health, but every now and then I'll swap it out for a Dominique or something to give the extra infantry attack for when I'm gonna get my castle hit.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the guards. I mean, that really, especially on a wall or in marches. I mean,
Nope, I'm coming.
it's hard to explain. You got to go by the situation at hand.
Man, if you can't
I
tell
mean,
I'm a
if they're,
gamer,
if they're sending a
Leroy Jenkins.
distance heavy march, if they're sending a distance heavy march, you definitely want to focus on infantry based guards on your wall.
Yeah, I have 2 castles with Splendor, so this is not the last giveaway on the Splendor castle in the kingdom. We'll do another one next month too. So, just my way of trying to grow out of this whack of advertising dollars. We've doubled the amount of traffic, and the advertising dollars is down because none of the businesses have money.
Anyone who wins that giveaway, I promise you, given it's my alliance, thank you with all of Gun Muses and Koji's help, I do promise you a real solid push, and you will be a contender.
Yeah, it's if you put the work in with us, you definitely get rewarded. I mean, when they first started those push events where the 50%, it was one of those deals where I would tell everybody before they started the event, go get your stuff and let me know. And then we would take people from like C26 to C30, like the entire alliance in one day.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It became a push race between us and another alliance.
Hell, anyone who works in Gun and Koji, hell, you're more than welcome to jump on the proper channels here and become a guest speaker in this live chat too.
Now put them under the
Incentive, guys, incentive. Come get it.
You may develop an alcohol problem.
Yeah, that you will be addicted to alcoholic beverages if you down here and talk with us.
I shouldn't have used all that airship EXP. Me too.
Koji's a lightweight.
Man, I did something where I won one of those Easter hammers, and I don't think I have any.
I got one of those hammers earlier. I opened up an egg and got 80 aristocrat.
My farm has got 11 of those $5 freaking eggs. I got a free hammer on my main, and I haven't gotten one of those eggs. I had the one from last year.
Oh hell, I still got 20 or so from last year.
Red card chests. Let's open them up.
Former Navy nuke here.
I joined as a Navy nuke. I was a nuclear machinist mate, and I got reclassified as an ET. You talk about going from grinding gears to electronics.
Yeah. You know what they say about sailors? 300 sailors go down on a sub, 150 couples come up.
You know why they don't put? You know why they put Marines on ships? Sheep would be obvious. I don't know why we had brawls between the Marines and the sailors. That was back in the Bush days when Clinton come around. Man, the world, the military changed. I mean, it was like night and day. It used to be 300 guys go out drinking and partying. When we hit shore, and then Clinton come in, and all of a sudden, 5 of us went out drinking and partying, and 295 guys stayed on the ship and played Dungeons and Dragons. And
Hey, what's wrong with Dungeons and Dragons?
I'm just saying it's a different culture than, going out. Like when I was down at Tijuana, the famous Tequila Sunrise, it's a 2-story bar down in Tijuana. And Tijuana's rough, period, anyway. We used to go down to Tijuana to go drinking. And I got thrown out of the Tijuana bar. Now, when I say I got thrown out of the Tijuana bar, they did not escort me to the door. They threw me out the 2nd-story window onto the street. Yeah. There's a reality that the politicians don't want to face. It's not that it's discrimination, but unisex environments are more productive. And I didn't say all men are more productive or all women are more productive. Unisex environments have been established more productive for hundreds of years. That's why there's all women's schools and all men's schools and military schools. When I was in the military, when I first joined in, I was becoming an ET. Women weren't allowed to be vampires, where we go to school from 6 o'clock at night to 6 a.m. The grade average for us was like 97% average. They allowed the women to come in there, and it dropped down to a 72. And not because they were so bad at it lowered the score. It's that the men are so damn distracted they're not doing their fucking job.
Now, I'm not sexist by any means, but when it comes to women and men interacting, giving different roles to the military, I'll refrain from the rest. Yeah, I'm not going to talk about it. Frontline infantry,
Yeah. And my wife's a lead petty officer for the Seabees right now, guys. I mean, she's still in the Navy. She was LPO in freaking on the equator down there building the Special Forces new base in Africa. Yeah. Probably go ahead, go Romeo.
I don't know about you, but personally, I think I'd be scared of your wife.
She's a pretty good shot.
Let me know when you do an M14 giveaway.
We were shooting. I did 3 of those 2 years ago. I don't even own a M14 now.
I want an M1A, or actually more or less, I want a white feather.
I have one AR that I'll never sell because we spent 4 months tuning it.
ARs, I got all of them. I'm not bothered by that. I'll build whatever AR variant I want.
At 200 yards, as fast as you can pull the trigger, it'll put the bullets in the same hole. There's 0 recoil. I took the because when you shoot an AR, it shoots up and to the right. I took all the curve and recoil out of it by tuning the load and the gun. It's one of the most. I got a 4-power fixed Bushnell scope on top of it. Not Bushnell.
No, I'll do dime sized groups at 100 all day. 200 won't be that difficult to dial in. But
I traded that gun off once, and the guy wound up needing money, and I bought it back from him because I regretted it so badly because it was so hard to duplicate what we'd done with the gun, and it just you couldn't duplicate it, not easily.
hey, where's Koji at?
Koji is about to bow out and go make supper because it doesn't feel like I'm going to throw out.
I think I'm.
Hey, Koji. Koji.
I figured you were about to crack your last beer.
Last? Oh no, not my last.
Well, you said you're almost out. I'll be back in a bit.
No, I'm. This is my last beer. So.
If I got 6 left, that's when I'm almost out.
Was that Ron White? It says, I got caught with an ounce of marijuana. And when I say I got caught with an ounce of marijuana, that means I'm almost out of marijuana.
I'll be back on TeamSpeak later. See you in a bit.
All right, man. Take it easy.
All right. Take it easy.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to shut. So whenever I finish this beer, we'll shut down this stream here.
All right.
We're just bullshitting at this point.
One
Although the
more.
bullshit, the amount of people coming in during the bullshit session portion of it is actually going up.
One more.
You talk about my Navy. I was on an LPD. The USS Ogden. We had a sign up on the 03 level where we had lawn chairs up there that said back porch. That's how much you couldn't screw with me in the Navy. I was a hand-me-down. I was a captain. And come here, and my chief hated me. I had a couple. My chief grew up over a funeral home. His family owned a funeral home, and I don't know what the kids did to him when he was little, but he was one of those people that he would find something and pick and pick and pick and pick and pick and pick. And until people would do what we called the yabba dabba discharges, take 2 Flintstone vitamins and call it a suicide so you can get off the ship, just to get away from him. And he came up there one day to try that crap with me, and I informed him that because if you do that kind of stuff, it's a dishonorable discharge. And I said, if I get a dishonorable discharge, Chief, I promise you it means they found your body. And then I never had to deal with him after that. But he would turn around and stick first classes and stuff on me, and it never worked out well for him. And like I said, you couldn't leave port without me. I had a blast. I used to hang out with the gunner's mates and the machinist mates down in there, boiler techs. I like the rougher crowd. But back then, when you got on board the ship, it was like walking into gangland. People get stabbed. I was an ET, and I carried a 4-inch buck knife on my freaking belt. That's how rough that ship was.
Electronic technician, for all of you who don't know.
Yeah, I carried a 4-inch buck knife on my belt as an ET because that's a rough damn ship.
One of the highest paid positions in the Navy starting out.
Yeah, you start out as an E3, but I started out as an E3 as a nuke too. Oh, hey, look at that reset.
Oh shit, is that time? I better go register us, huh?
Underworld keys. Oh, there's a thought. I never even put keys in the gate. How asshole does? I keep talking about not making the gates, but I could just put a key in it. I think I'm parked next to the gate. What the hell? I am. I took up premium parking. Oh, I guess I can't put a key in the gate.
We're registered, bud.
Oh, that's what that alarm. I still have that alarm set to register for UAC. That's what went off on my phone. Was the register for UAC? That way I got in first.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Any of y'all who aren't registered on Rogers Raiders, get on that website, register, log in, get your phone number on there, join up in the forums.
Get the
Yeah,
phone. Get the
Start
get
some
the
real
phone.
good conversations.
Get the phone number, guys, in there, because as they start doing the events this year, they're going to try and clash this year. And as we find the bugs, we're going to use that blast out text to get you guys an advantage as fast as possible.
Oh, and I find them.
Gate is giving Sky Iron. What?
Hey, I don't know if my game's acting up. Gun, did you get a confirmation that we were registered for UAC?
I can find out.
So I've clicked it 3 times now.
That does not say we're registered.
Yeah, the game must not load. I've clicked 3 times.
How big is Mark in Zoo? This guy that he needs help with war books.
Hell, I don't know.
That's where I get the asshole attitude. For everything's I'm an ass. Is I can't work one on one with people, then I get nothing done. Yeah. Oh, is this Chinese
All right,
knots?
now, give it a check.
What the hell we get? Chocolate bunnies. Okay. Give me Chinese. Shooting gallery. I don't have any freaking coins. But I'll bet it means they're in the freaking limited deals.
Butter Nation.
Chocolate bunnies. 20 for 99 cents. Let's look at that. Now let's look and see what the rewards are. Easter Lily. Oh, we are starting an event right here at Reset, aren't we? Okay. So,
That might be the issue I'm having.
yeah, log all the way out of your game, log back in.
Yeah, I've done that twice, and I've hit register.
You may have to wait 15 minutes. Talk about Sky Iron. Sky Iron's in the freaking little things they're going to give away. And they give these things away like candy, don't they? So you should be able to get
a big event, huh?
You should be able to get 100 Sky Iron pretty easily. I wouldn't spend that on D'Artagnan frags. They seem to give those away too. But for somebody like me, I'm going to get all these speed ups. So I'm going to be playing this event like nobody's business because I need all the speed ups. And then.
Oh, this is a sweet event already. I can see it.
I do need some of those Henry frags. I do want to level him out, but I don't think I'm going to rush for him.
Yeah, we're going to definitely do a video just this event. Ladies and gentlemen, save, and I hope you saved your upgrades.
400, 20, so $100 for 50 advanced light. So they want $200 for that advanced light. That's not a good. That's a light scroll too. Avoid that.
No, you don't want light scroll.
No, yeah, that's
this event will work. Yeah, this is a sweet event. TK, if you were a ladder, I'll walk you through this one personally.
Well, I asked him earlier. I said, "What was he wanting to know about the war dogs?" I think I went squirrel on him. Why do I have a gnat in here? It's because I got beer in here.
I know who's going to paint Lily shop.
So, and guys, I've done this more than a few times now myself, so I'm going to warn you guys. They randomize this screen every time you refresh it. So don't think you looked at it once, come back, and then click. That's how you wind up buying the wrong thing.
Yeah, you're going to have the same shit in there. It's just going to be in a different spot. It's just randomized every time you jump in. They're going to have the same stuff in there, though.
Pay attention to that. So, yeah, I'm going to... One construction, 1 to 35. So, yeah, no love above castle level 35, that's for sure.
On the free side, I'm already noticing Musketeer Curiosities.
Yeah, I was looking at that too.
You got Sky Iron on the free side.
So the
anyone who saved up their upgrade, we've all pushed for. We've been telling you to save your upgrades for a while now. You can reap the benefits of this event.
Yeah, this is why you plan 3 months in advance, is to take advantage. Okay, so
free side, we got Musketeer Curiosities and Sky Iron being a pivotal point. Yeah.
I don't know my equipment.
Now, anyone who listened to me before, the previous advanced stones. With this event, you can probably get them for free now. If you stocked up on them last event, this event, you'd have them for free. Those troop stones are some of the hard to come by, expensive to come by.
TK, are you talking about your T12s? Your T12 tier is a defensive tier. If you are limited on how many War Scholar scrolls you have, and you have to move them around, the role you're playing will determine where you put them. If you're going to be on offense, look at your offensive damage tiers, where keep them in your T11 stuff. If you're going to be playing on defense, then go ahead and move them over to your stat, your damage absorbing tiers in your T12 stuff.
TK, when it comes to your infantry attack, that's where your guards shine, where you got Ant and Dominique. Not Ant. Dominique being one that ups infantry attack. I mean, if you're going to send attack march, given you get T12, you want to go a little bit heavy on the T11 side and use someone like Dominique or whatnot, that'll up your infantry attack. That'll give you a great advantage. Never underestimate your odd tier infantry on the attack side. They could be a benefit.
Yeah, your 11s, 9s, 7s, they die, but they kill.
They do kill.
And
that's what.
One of the things people don't look at is on that second page of a report. Go look at how many of your troops, let's say you had 10,000 freaking T9, and they killed 30,000 of the enemy's troops. Okay, but you lost all your T9s, and a lot of people they mourn over like, oh, all my T9 freaking infantry's gone, but they killed 30,000 of the other guys. It's not a. You can't look at that first page and go and then look at the sum of the disaster without understanding what chaos you caused. Your damage stats matter under Mega. Your top tier stats don't mean squat. They belong to
This event's a good event. I think Gunn might actually push out another video tonight or tomorrow, really pinpointing all the keys in this event.
I don't know if I'm going to do that. I'm on my last beer. And I've been in here for 5.5 hours. I got to eat sometime today. I've had no food. I've had beer. Well, that's not true. I had one of these granola bars my wife picked out that she said they're just as good as the ones I like, and she's wrong.
Hey, Haven't you ever heard in heaven there ain't no beer? That's why we drink it here.
No. It's called beer pressure. The guards, man, I don't know. I really don't. If it was me under another mega, I would look for guards that are giving me damage numbers. In other words, things like D'Artagnan, who gives you 950% damage. And I think that's 950% of what's alive does some little killing blow type thing. But honestly, there's no way to prove it. I don't know how to prove it yet. I've got to have a test method, and I don't know what that test method would look like. We don't get to see all the data. Some of it's assumption and guessing, and I hate to put things out as fact if it is a full assumption. All I can do at that point is just say this is my tendency.
What event is stockpile your bunnies.
Stockpile.
Get all your shit done. Get all your shit done the first day, and have your bunnies already stockpiled for the second day to do your next set of upgrades. Play it off right, and I suggest investing in those advanced stones. Get them. Start stockpiling those for your stats.
Gotta go get those ether crystals.
All right, gun. Hell, I got the same fella is asking you about your Navy experience. He did 20 years retired Navy. He said he was in the IM-1 1C1 SW Washington USS Holland.
We carried special boat unit. Am I hearing that right? Special boat unit. You. Special boat units are usually manned up by people who went to SEAL school, and then for whatever reason, due to injury or whatever, the special forces don't want to get rid of them because they're great people, but they couldn't. You start out with 1 million people, you wither them down to 10,000, then you wither them down to 1,000, you wither them down to a class of 100, and then maybe graduate. But out of that class of 100, which are still like the 0.1% of the people on the planet, those guys become special boat unit guys. They got really fun boats that you can water ski behind. My beer's done. So what?
There you go. There you go, Gun. I put it in the chat for you. That's what he said.
What chat?
Live chat.
Oh. One M1, 1C1, surface warfare.
He was on USS Holland, Guam.
I don't know what the USS Holland did. Go Army, beat Navy. There's a losing freaking banter. Army's won once in 12 years there, TK.
Poor TK.
When you fail the ASVAB, the Army will still take you. Go Army, beat Navy. Oh my gosh, that's funny. That's actually something I'm doing this year. What we're talking about doing this year. That's one of the reasons we've been buying stocks and stuff. Is we want to go do the Army Navy game this year. My God, it's going to cost us like $10,000 to go to the Army Navy game, and we can't justify that much money on a vacation. So while the stocks have crashed, we've been buying stocks.
I think she's got like $2,000-3,000 that she spent, and I spent I'm up to $1,500 in my stocks. We're just hoping that they're back up high enough by the time the Army Navy game comes around that we get to go to the Army Navy game this year. But we normally go to we normally get Kansas City games a year. Yeah.
Hell, I haven't done any, to be honest.
It's not cheap to go to football games, that's for sure.
Oh, especially Chicago Bears games. Good God.
Oh, yeah. Anybody doesn't know. Man, somewhere I have another one of these $100 phone fingers around here somewhere, and I have no freaking clue where it's at. Yeah, because I used to be able to have one on each hand. What's funny is Army Navy is probably the most well-known common game for people that say, "Oh yeah, the Army Navy game." They forget there's two other branches. Air Force and the Marines. No, the Army Navy game is the Marine Corps goes to the Naval Academy, but you have the Air Force Academy. And the funny thing is while Navy has beat Army for the last 12 years, the Air Force, which no one gives a shit about, has had an outstanding football team and has beat Navy many times. The Air Force doesn't go anywhere without an air conditioner, so they're not well respected in the military world.
Air Force.
Yeah, you give the Air Force $100 million to go build an Air Force base, they'll go put in 4-bedroom track housing, and then come back to the government and said, "Oh, hey, we need money to build a runway." You give the Navy the same amount of money to build a base, they'll go build a runway and say, "Here's some cots. You could sleep on it next to the runway for the next 5 years." Yeah. It's a completely different environment. The Air Force started out spoiled, and it's stayed that way. But at the same time, Air Force guys don't get as much pay level as fast. From a veteran of foreign wars, they don't get awards. Because they leave from a safe place and they land in a safe place, they're rarely considered to be in combat duty, even though they fly over dangerous places. It's
Marshall, you heard Air Force.
so it is what it is. I pick on the Air Force. I got some Air Force friends. I pick on them. My best friend in high school went and joined the Air Force. He worked on nuclear warheads in Nevada, and I went to go visit him on his Air Force base. The guy had a 1-bedroom apartment. I slept in a cot with a mattress that was that thick and a steam pipe that was that far above my head for 5 years. So, excuse me, I have the right to freaking complain about the Air Force guys.
It explains a lot with you.
Yeah. It's one of the reasons I think I got lung problems in the military. I was working for the Marine Force. We got a brand new captain. He just come on board ship. He hadn't been there 2 days. I ran a chit up to command and say, "My job's been deprecated. The Navy doesn't even own this radar anymore. There's no reason for me to stay. Can I have an early out?" Anyway, "Oh, yeah, okay." I'll bet you 30 days later, he's like, "Where's the guy that runs this other stuff? You let him go." The Navy didn't build a JOTS rate until a year after I left the Navy. The Navy had no such thing as a computer tech rate. I was working on Apple computers in 1984 when I was 12 years old. So the Navy took advantage of my computer skills that I was not self-taught, but I knew. And people got to remember that we're sitting here with all this technology that we're doing now. In the year 2002, when I was building a search engine, only 15% of America had a computer in their home, had internet. That's how far we've come in the last 18 years in just computer tech. So when we're talking about, hey, when I was building search engine stuff, there was nobody to use the search engine when I was building it. It was literally doing the math for my own personal amusement. It's really weird. Man, when I worked for the Marines, I loved working for the Marines. I joke about the Marine Corps Navy relationship because it does get a little rough and tumble. But I had 20 Marines that worked underneath me. And in my job, they send me, you have 200 Marines to choose from. I get the 20 shit bags as far as they were concerned. And so I literally spent a military career dealing with like the Dirty Dozen personality. You know, no one wanted to be there. They're all, and I'm not that big now, but I was 270 pounds. I was 6% body fat. And you mouthed off to me, I'm more than likely to beat you with a freaking chain. You know, that kind of, you know, I could deal with a Marine that had a personality issue. Plus, we were doing mixed martial arts back in the 80s, long before it was ever a thing with the rest of the world. And the Marines were getting taught Taekwondo. And I used to joke, they teach you just enough Taekwondo to get your ass kicked in a good bar fight. And that's pretty much what happened. The SEALs weren't even being taught mixed martial arts until 2001, 2002. The guy that in mixed martial arts for combat structure, Eric Pence, is a close personal friend of the family. He's a close personal friend of my dad's. I mean, but I've known him since I was 11 years old. We used to own a skydive drop zone. So you want to know why I'm so reckless? I grew up. We owned 3 airplanes. I was jumping out of airplanes when I was 11 years old. I rode motocross. Freaking. I hung around with 30-year-old freaking adrenaline junkies. I've climbed radio towers and TV towers and jumped off of them. I've jumped off El Capitan over in Yellowstone. I jumped off a building in Chicago one year. The Sears Tower. And then I went in the military, and I went overseas, and the people who inflated my ego were the ones that wanted to hang around me because, you know, back then I was called Jethro. That Southern accent, and you know, Jethro was always inventing and doing things. I actually had an officer one time says, if you write it up, I'll give you a Navy Achievement Medal. And this is back when they didn't hand them out. I just saved 2 pilots' lives with a vacuum cleaner and a roll of duct tape. Our TAC aim was down. We were about to lose 2 guys in the ocean because we couldn't guide them back to the ship. And they come in and said, all hands on satellite navigation, the GPS, the global positioning system that we had. I had a deck of cards in there to bend an electronic board over just enough that it operated. And when we got inspected one time, the guy come in there and goes, what's with these? I said, don't touch those. And you got to realize I'm aggressive. I was like, I wasn't playing with him, because if he'd have touched him, I'd have broke his jaw. Because we had circumnavigated the globe 3 times with those cards holding the navigation system together, because we were underneath Clinton's, where there was no money for replacement parts. We used to gather up brass, take it out in town, and sell it for scrap metal just so we could buy tools. I remember we were getting MREs without heaters, and then you go to a gun show out in town, and the MREs where you get where they had where you could pour the water in and put the heater in there, was being sold at gun shows, because the company making them was selling them to the government, who was selling them to the auction houses, and then they were pocketing the money. And so the troops weren't actually getting the food that was hot. And I'll tie this into what's going on today, where they talk about the governor, the Democratic governor says we go to war with what we got, not with what we want. I hate to tell everybody, that's a Don Rumsfeld freaking line. And what he was quoting was the fact that there was no military when we went to Gulf War. There was nothing to fight with. And so it drug on for about 4 years because it took us 4 years to build our military up to where we could actually do the surge that everybody took credit for. Yeah. Well, I see traffic dropping up and down. The playbacks is at 621 there, Creeper. You still there? Creep. I think he dropped off. Oh, he's coming back though. Yeah. Man, I got about 18 of you guys out there right now. I don't know why you're hanging on for this stuff. I get off into my damn sea story. The stories of a reckless youth. Yeah. I had my pictures stolen in 1996. I wish I did. I had a big pile of pictures that I had taken over the years. Well, he's definitely got to go get rid of it. I got food sitting on the counter. My wife just come in here and said, "Oh, I got food made." We've been here for, oh my freaking God, 6.5 hours. I appreciate you guys staying here. Oh man, what to have sea stories. You know, that's the I'll tell you why I didn't stay in the Navy though. I get people ask me all the time, is like, I was having a blast in the military. I really was. And the only reason I didn't stay in the Navy was when it come time for me to re-enlist, the chief that I threatened to throw overboard was the chief that was in charge of Buper's orders for ETs. Whereas I would have got to pick wherever I wanted to go in the world, he was going to make sure I went to freaking somewhere bad. I wasn't even looking for shore duty. I would have looked for another damn command. I like deployments. I love doing Westpacks. When I was single, I didn't care. But at the same time, when I was working in the Marine Corps, we were inshore. I had companies calling me, offering me, $300,000-$400,000 a year jobs, and it was like, deal with the bullshit of this one chief, or get paid $300,000-$400,000 a year. And this was in the mid '90s, so. I appreciate it. Well, good luck on everybody. Hey, remember, I'm giving away a castle with Splendor gear during events like we got now where you can level a castle for half price real quick. I promise you, your castle will probably be 35 pretty quickly. Probably within a day. All you got to do is do the work and get the badges done. And some of those castles have 4,000 badges, so you could probably take it to 35. I'm not telling you what level a castle is now, but there's probably enough badges on the castle to kick it to 35. It's not a C35 castle. I don't want to give Fun Plus the advantage of banning the castle because
Right.
it is what it is. I got 2 of them I want to give away. They got Splendor gear on them. And I'm going to give away 1 this month. I'm going to give away 1 next month. And then after that, I'm going to probably give away 2 castles a month that are good quality castles, but not as good. So I got 1 castle that is a C31, but it doesn't have Splendor gear. And what I'll probably do is play it a little bit during this event and level it up to 35 so that I can just give it away as a 35. Maybe.
All I gotta say is sign up on the website, get in the forums, interact.
The forums, guys, get in the forums and interact. It really does help me. There are a lot of people who enjoy going in there and helping people. They dig up where the information I've hit it in. I don't know. YouTube is kind of weird, and I have 225 how-to videos out there. So, the information may be graphically dated, but it's relevant. And I'm about to start parsing new stuff together under the 4K emblem, which takes me a little longer, but just something to do. The market for Guns of Glory isn't as big as I hope it would be. There's less than 500,000 players out there. I know that sounds like a lot, but it's not. Out of that 500,000 players, I see them all every 90 days. So, I've hit market saturation on this one game. And I like the thought of younger vets being able to make their own videos as a way to help other vets with the charity. So I'm thinking this is a new way to fund charities, and that should be enticing. So if you got an interest in being me, I have an interest in promoting you. So if you come in there and start doing the work, you show me you'll do the work, I'll put my brand and power behind you. I really will. That's all it takes. There's a lot of work to be done. There's a lot of unsung work to be done where you'll spend 6 months not getting squat, but it'll be worth it next year. Unfortunately, that's just the way the web works. The days of put a website up and make money in 10 days, I remember those days. They don't exist anymore. So,
Well, you know what Creep has to say about that, right?
All right, guys, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I'm going to end this stream now. Make sure go to the platinum if you want to win. Gold members are going to be the ones where we're going to give away some other good casts. You guys can come play with us in the 22 Billion Alliance. You'll enjoy that just as well. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
End this stream. Man, what terrible freaking audio and video today.